We are at Tri-Valley High School bringing you Vermillion Tanagers as they face the Tri-Valley Mustangs in their first true road game of the year. They did play in the Sanford Coyote Sports Center, the SCSC, on Saturday, but that was in Vermillion, hosted as the Vermillion Holiday Classic. So we're here. We're in the middle of the boys' JV game. We're third period with 2:43 remaining. Vermillion Tanagers lead the Tri-Valley Mustangs 37-17 here in the JV game. So what we'll do, we do have our pregame coming up. We will play our coaches interview. First, we did meet with Coach Federal. I apologize, Coach Jewett of the Tri-Valley Mustangs. And here is that conversation for you.
And welcome back to Coach's Conversation. This time we are joined by Dan Jewett, coach of the Tri-Valley Mustangs. Coach Jewett, are you staying warm today?
I try and do. It's a little chilly out.
Oh, it certainly is. It looks like we're going to just beat the weather with this game. You know, it's been a game of Jenga all season long, trying to fit games in between weather patterns. But I think we're going to get it under the wire. If this was a Wednesday or a Thursday game, I don't think we'd be so lucky.
I would agree with you, and we haven't played for 10 days, so we need to play.
Yeah, and you know, that's kind of the theme. You know, you haven't played for 10 days, but you also have missed some school, so it's not only that you're not getting in games, but you're not getting in practices, you're not getting in that continuity early in the season to help build for later on. I mean, thankfully, everyone else is in the same boat, but how does that affect a team? Thankfully, you have 4 starters coming back and a couple of other players. You only lost, I think, 1 player off last year's team.
We did lose only 1 player, and she was a key one, even though she was my daughter. She was not only, a leader on the court, but a leader off the court, and that's kind of what we're lacking right now is that leadership. We played 2 games, and each of those 2 games we've had a 2 to 3 minute span in the game where we have kind of let our guard down, I would say, handling the pressure. We could be in a game we're only down 6, and all of a sudden now we're down 15 to 20. And as a young team, any team, when you get down that much and then you try to battle back, it takes a lot of energy to get back in the game.
Well, and when you're behind that much, you end up maybe thinking that you need to throw up more threes or take quicker shots because it feels like, okay, we need this many possessions just to get our heads back above water. Is that something that you've seen? And do the girls understand that someone kind of needs to start taking the mantle?
Well, I'm hoping so. Against Parkston, I think we were down 6 at halftime, and then they came out and threw a different press at us, and all of a sudden we're down 19. But we really didn't start launching the threes. We started taking the ball more to the basket, putting more pressure on their defense and getting some fouls called against them, and then getting to the free throw line. So I've kind of been preaching that we don't have to settle for the three-point line because I think, this is just my opinion, but the three-point line is kind of killing high school athletics, or basketball, I should say, because people say, oh, well, the Golden State Warriors can make all these threes, I can do it. Well, you're not getting paid millions of dollars to do that. So I think my girls are figuring it out that, maybe we can get three-pointers the old-fashioned way of getting to the basket and getting the foul call and making the basket and then getting the free throw.
Well, and I'm personally in the same boat as you, because even at the NBA, but especially in high school and even college, they take so many threes. I don't think they do the evaluations further on that if you're taking it down low, you're able to get somebody, when you get that traditional three-point play, not only are you getting the free throw, hopefully you're hitting it, 70% of the time, but then you're also getting a foul on somebody. You do that enough, all of a sudden you take somebody out of the game that might be a key contributor on defense or offense, and that creates a different dynamic.
I agree. Well, I went back and looked last week over the last 5 years. I just was curious on our opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and over the last 5 years, 1 year a team shot over 30%. All the other 4 years, they were in the low 20s. And that's kind of how we've been, is to mid-20s over that time period as well, So I don't know.
Exactly.
I mean it's not going to change, but I guess we just got to keep telling them, get to the basket, create those fouls and see what happens.
Well, and sports is just like anything. It becomes cyclical because you're right. If you're shooting, say, 25% from the 3-point line, but if you can shoot 50% inside and get yourself a better shot at a second chance point with an offensive rebound, because, man, with a 3-point shot, when it's off, it is so hard to even know where that ball's going.
Yeah.
And so I think eventually we're going to find this equilibrium where you have some 3-point shooters, but then you do work to get the ball down low.
Yep.
And so it'll be interesting to see, how your team does that, like you said, you have a number of starters returning, looking for that leadership, but you do have some height and length to your team. And is that something you're going to try to work on? Is to maybe get the ball down low?
Well, yeah, and we have been working on it. Against Parkston, I think we got up 60 shots, and I think 25 to 30 of them were 2-3 feet in close to the basket. We just didn't finish.
Okay.
So we do emphasize that a lot. We just have to not worry about contact and just finish the play. And that goes back to what we were saying, finish the play, maybe get a foul and get an old-fashioned 3-point play,
Yep.
So it is a point of emphasis in our practices daily. And I think it'll get better as we go.
Well, and, especially when you're already down low within that 2, 3, 4 foot radius, refs are a lot less likely to call an offensive foul too if you go up strong and get into somebody. They're going to call a charge if you try to drive in somebody else's position. But if it's two players in position, you foul somebody going up for a shot, they're going to call you on that foul. Rarely will they call that an offensive foul. So, yeah, you take it up strong as if nobody's there, and you hope it goes in and that you get a 3-point attempt. But at the very least, get 2 foul shots and get a foul on your opponent. So
yeah, you're exactly right. Yes.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Now, you've had 2 games. Vermillion's had 2 games, so you're coming in on fairly equal footing. But there again, like you said, you haven't played in 10 days. Vermillion had the benefit of playing on Saturday, playing Worthington in Vermillion.
Yep.
What have you seen of their film that maybe you think, okay, this is something we can work to our advantage. This is something we need to try to avoid, both offensively and defensively?
Well, I think, they do have a little size as well, but their size is more, they'd like to stay more perimeter, where I think they will struggle maybe a little bit with, like my Ava Pearson, who is a true post, a little bit guarding her if we can get her the ball. But on the other hand, like I said, they're a little more perimeter orientated, so we're going to have to defend their 5 out. And it goes back to what I talked about earlier. We're going to have to handle their press because they'll man press us, and then they'll run their 1-2-2. And the other thing that Vermillion's known for, because John's done it as long as he's coached down there, is they run that 1-3-1 half court. So we're going to have to be able to handle that as well. And we've worked on it when we've been able to practice. So I think we'll be prepared. It's just, can we go out and take care of it, So we'll see what happens. I don't know.
Nope, and that's the whole thing. That's especially when you're this early in the season, and even the few games that you've been able to get in, as opposed to ones that you couldn't. You're still looking. While a win is always the ultimate goal, the game gets played no matter what. Are there benchmarks that you kind of set, or things that you look for to say, we might not have gotten the victory, but this is still some success that we had. These are some points of promise and emphasis that we were successful on.
Well, the big thing is what I'm looking at is we play 32 minutes of good basketball. You know, in the first two games, Garrettson and Parkston, like I mentioned, there was in both of them 2 to 3 minute span where we didn't handle the pressure very well, and that's when they were able to get their bigger leads. So I'm hoping the big goal, you know, obviously is to win, but, you know, if we can compete, take care of the basketball for 32 minutes, I think that'll be a win for us going into Christmas break.
Well, Coach, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me today. Best of luck tonight, and hope everyone's safe, and I hope we have a great game.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. We'll see you tonight. That was Coach Dan Jewett of the Tri-Valley Mustangs here on our Coaches Conversation. We'll be back in 3 minutes here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
You can feel beautiful in your own skin. Candice Couture offers intimates to make you feel your best. Whether you want to feel beautiful for a night or you just want to feel frisky. Candice Couture also offers mastectomy bras, prosthetics, and nursing bras. Candice Couture, 17 West Main Street, Vermillion. We are beautiful in every aspect life throws at us.
Here's what people say about Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford. One customer, quote, absolutely fantastic service. Another, Mike and Dan Carlson have a great family business. One more, we've been going to the shop since we've moved to town. Quality repair for reasonable money. For all your vehicle needs, count on Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford and check them out on Facebook.
Bring it down to Carlson's Body Shop, your complete car care center.
What's worse than having to spend all day at the laundromat? A lot of them are hot, sticky, and smell bad. In Vermillion, you want to avoid that situation. Yuck. Eastgate Maytag Laundry is super clean and open 24 hours a day. Eastgate has super giant 60-pound washers and giant 70-pound dryers to make your wash day fly by. Eastgate is also located near many local restaurants if you want to grab a quick bite. Next time your laundry is piled up, pile into Eastgate Maytag Laundry, located next to Jimmy John's on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Let's be real. Insurance is complicated. Policies are confusing. The options are endless and hard to compare. This is where Fishback Insurance Agency comes in. We are an independent, local agency that compares providers and finds you the best policy at the best price for home, auto, business, farm, life, health, and more. How's that for a plan? Contact us for a free quote at fishbackinsurance.com. Insurance products are not deposits and may lose value. They're not bank guaranteed or insured by FDIC or any government agency.
Runnings in Vermillion is here for you to lean on like a trusted friend. We work hard each day to stock our shelves with brands and products that are built for value and purpose. Running sells a wide selection of trusted brands of sporting goods, men and women's clothing featuring Carhartt and Wrangler. There's footwear, pet supplies, housewares, tools, farm supplies, lawn and garden supplies, toys, and outdoor equipment. Additionally, this store is an authorized dealer of Honda power equipment. Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
Watching high school sports with Fuller Digital Solutions is convenient and free. Check out the Fuller Digital Solutions live stream on YouTube for area high school sports. Watch right from the comfort of your couch. And have you thought about advertising during the Fuller Digital Solution live streams? Thousands of viewers could see your business. Email fullerdigitalsolutions@gmail.com if you're interested. Bringing live high school sports streaming to you, Fuller Digital Solutions. Look us up on YouTube.
Of the junior varsity game where Vermillion currently leads Tri-Valley by the score of 45-27. Following this, there will be the interlude between the game, and then the girls' game will start. So we started our pregame at 6 o'clock. We just heard from Coach Jewett of the Tri-Valley Mustangs. Just as an overview, they have played 2 games. They lost their first 2 to Garrettson and to Parkston. On the season, they're being led in scoring by Lauren Grindy. And Grindy is a junior, 5'6" junior guard. And Grindy is averaging 9.5 points per game, as well as shooting 70% from the free throw line, 33% from the three-point line, as well as 29% from the field. So Grindy is the leading scorer, followed by Maddie Huey. Maddie is a freshman guard, a 5'6" freshman guard, averaging 6.5 points per game. She's played 45 minutes in the first 2 games combined. So she's become a workhorse for him, even just as a freshman. And then following that, you have 2 players averaging about 4.5 points per game in Maddie Wenzel and Ava Pearson. They're averaging 4.5 points per game. Wenzel is a 5'11" sophomore, kind of a combo guard forward. Then Ava Pearson is a 6-foot center. And Pearson was one of the people that Coach Jewett made specific mention of in that pregame. You know, as I mentioned, they've played 2 games. Now, they haven't had a chance to play in 10 days. So, as with so many schools this year, you know, the scheduling, you plan to have 4, 5, 6 games in by the time the Christmas break hits. Unfortunately, with weather, the snow, and the deep cold, you know, a lot of these teams are only going to have 2 or 3 in. And so their first game was against Garrettson on the 6th of December, where they lost 31-47, and that was on the road. And then 2 days later, on the 8th, they traveled to Parkston and lost 56-45. Now, both Garrettson and Parkston, Garrettson is 4-0, Parkston is 2-0. So they might be 0-2, but it's really hard to read too much into that when you face 2 teams that haven't lost, both road games as well. So, you know, you're early in the season. While they only lost 1 senior from last year, as you can tell, they're incorporating a number of freshmen and sophomores into their rotation. So it'll be interesting to see how this Tri-Valley girls team comes out today against Vermillion. Now, when we come back, we'll take a quick 1-minute break. When we come back, we will hear from Coach Brooks of the Vermillion Tanagers, but we'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5, AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com. And we're live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Last week, a guy walked into the UPS store in Vermillion. He did not notice the copiers, the printers, the mailboxes, the banners, the posters, not even the business and shipping supplies. It was like he had blinders on. Hi, this is Jay with the UPS store in Vermillion. Many people don't see everything we have to offer when they stop by the UPS store to ship their packages. They miss all the things we have, like printing, designing. We even offer notary services here at the UPS store, located on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
What's worse than having to spend all day at the laundromat? A lot of them are hot, sticky, and smell bad. In Vermillion, you want to avoid that situation. Yuck. Eastgate Maytag Laundry is super clean and open 24 hours a day. Eastgate has super giant 60-pound washers and giant 70-pound dryers to make your wash day fly by. Eastgate is also located near many local restaurants if you want to grab a quick bite. Next time your laundry is piled up, pile into Eastgate Maytag Laundry, located next to Jimmy John's on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
We're back here at the Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium in Colton, South Dakota, where we're seeing the final seconds tick off of the junior varsity game, where the Vermillion Tanagers lead the Tri-Valley Mustangs by a score of 47-29. Mustangs just stole the ball, make it 47-31, and that's probably going to be how the game closes, where the Vermillion Tanager JV team will beat the Tri-Valley Mustangs 47-31. Now, earlier today, did have a chance to talk with Coach John Brooks of the Vermillion Tanagers, and here's what Coach Brooks had to say.
We're here in the coach's conversation with Coach John Brooks of the Vermillion Tanagers girls. Coach, how's it going today?
Good. Excited to get another game in here.
Yeah, you know, you kind of get a little momentum as we talked about going into Saturday. Just, you know, you got that first game and then you had this long layoff. And so it's nice to finally get a little momentum before you head into the Christmas break, where things come a little skewed. You know, you're not in class, you know, practice is a little different and fewer games. You do have game or two during the break, but it's nice to get this second one in for you guys.
Yeah, we're hoping at this point to have 5 games in after tonight. We're only going to have 3, but like you said, we get that makeup game with West Central over on December 30th, which kind of gives us a game over break, which is nice, and still working on a date to get that Ponca game in, but hopefully that will happen as well.
Well, and you know me, I'm looking forward to that Ponca game. I'm hoping a date comes out with that one. I think it'll be good for both teams. I think it'll test them both in different ways that they might not get with the rest of their schedule. So I think that'd be a really entertaining one. So I'm fingers are crossed for that one for you guys.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your team. You have 2 games under your belt, 2 nice victories. First, obviously, again against Canton, and then this past weekend in the Sanford Coyote Sports Center, the game against Worthington. I know heading into that, Worthington had a lot of height and length that they used to work it down low, and there was a little concern with that. But it seems like the girls really worked through that. You just had a really complete game. You have 2 players in Brooke Jensen and Brooklyn Voss who are averaging double figures for you guys, but you guys have really been playing some good team ball in both games. And has that been something you've been working on in practice and something you push a little bit?
Yeah, obviously Worthington had a lot of size, and I think when we talked with the girls the other day, the best stat that I pulled away from that game was our rebounding. I think we out-rebounded Worthington by like 10 or 11 and did not give up many offensive boards to them at all. So that was nice to see. We're being physical inside. We controlled the paint. When we rebound, that allows us to outlet the ball and run in transition, which is what we want to do. So a lot of good things to take from that Worthington game. And but like you said, you're only 2 games in, and it's you see that you're 2-0 and that your score's over 60 points, but we worked a lot on our half-court offense yesterday in practice. We feel like we can get a lot better and get the ball to some better spots. So hopefully that will transition to our game tonight against Tri-Valley.
Well, and you mentioned rebounds. On the season, you're averaging more than 12.5 rebounds more per game than your opponent. And when you're able to either get yourself second chance opportunities or stop your opponent from getting a second chance opportunity, more often than not, you're going to end up winning the game because those second chance opportunities are close in, usually end up being, nice close shots that have a higher percentage. So if you're able to stop your opponent from doing that and do that yourself, that is something that will really lead to victories down the line.
Yeah, obviously we have some nice size, but we've really emphasized, we always emphasize defense rebounding. We think that's very important for us to be successful, but we've put a bigger emphasis on offense rebounding this year. We want kids getting to the glass. We want those second opportunities, and so far through 2 games, we've done a nice job at that.
Well, and I think you have, really pounding the boards. Another stat that really stuck out to me is through 2 games, you guys are averaging over 15 steals per game as a team. And boy, when you're able to put that kind of pressure on your opponent, good things are going to happen.
Yeah, and it's you can't do that if you don't have depth to be able to play that. To be able to play that style, and we're very fortunate to have 3 kids, no matter who's starting, to come off the bench and just kind of pick up right where we left off at. And not many teams have that, so that allows us to play that tempo defense. We're trapping a lot. We're trying to rotate. We're trying to get a lot of tips and all that kind of stuff. And deflections are something that we're tracking this year, and those are good things for us. We're able to get some steals and get some easy buckets. Anytime you can get an easy basket, that's a great thing, and we've been able to do that early on in the season.
Well, and you mentioned your rotation. I did note that nobody, as far as minutes per game, you have 8 players who are averaging double-figure minutes per game, but nobody's averaging, just a ton. You're able to get rest. Nobody's averaging over 22 minutes a game, so you're able to get your players a decent amount of rest, which will serve you well later on as well.
Yeah, it's a long season, especially once we start January, and especially once with a couple canceled games, we're going to pile these things in some of these weeks and staying fresh and having bodies that can keep playing the tempo that we want to play is really important for us to be successful this year. So trying to rotate kids, You don't want to do it too much where kids are getting out of the flow, so that's always a fine line, but so far it's worked well for us.
And, you talk about your team playing as a team, and, I mentioned the leading scores because that's what a lot of people look at, but, you have Brooke Jensen averaging 24.5 points a game. Everyone knows what she did on Saturday. She was just unstoppable in that first half, especially. Brooklyn Voss is just a quiet, steady 11 points a game. But then you have players like, Casey Hansen at 8.5 points a game, but she's also creating 2 assists per game, 5.5 rebounds per game, just a complete player. We talked about Leah Herbster, who does so much that, doesn't get into the stat sheet, diving for balls and just creating havoc out there, but she leads your team with 6 rebounds per game. And then Janaea Cleveland, she has 8 steals through 2 games. Those kinds of things lead to your opponents not being able to know where to focus or what to keep an eye on when they're either on the offensive side or defensive side. How does that kind of havoc play to your benefit?
Defensively, I think it starts defensively, and we talk a lot about our team defense, and especially if we're trapping, if we're pressing, we got to be able to, everybody's got to see the ball, everybody's got to see rotations, and you got to be ready to move. So, our team defense has been good, and then obviously on the other side of the ball, with our offense, and that's something that we really stressed here over the last few days is there's one ball, but we have a lot of kids that can put that ball in the hoop, and being able to spread it around, that will benefit us against really good teams. If they can't zero in on 1 or 2 kids, obviously we have some pretty natural scorers with Brooklyn, Casey. Those kids can just naturally score the basketball, but we have a lot of other kids that can put the ball in the hoop as well. And if we can get everybody firing on all cylinders, we feel like we can be really tough to stop offensively.
And I think you're exactly right. Watching Worthington trying to defend you guys, they weren't quite sure. I mean, Brooklyn had quite a game, but there was enough offense from anywhere on the court that they weren't able to focus on any one player. And so I think that is something that you guys have going for you. And your opponent tonight in Tri-Valley, they've played 2 games. They're 0-2, but they haven't played since the 8th. So they've had quite a layoff. They have some size, 2 seniors that are 6 foot. Looks like they have 2 sophomores that are about 5'10", 5'11". So kind of like Worthington, they do have some size. But how do you prepare for a team that you haven't seen, that hasn't seen the court too much, and that has had such a long layoff?
Yeah, well, the nice thing, I guess, is that we know them well because they only graduated 1 senior off last year's team. So they brought a lot of this. They got 4 starters back and everybody else in the rotation back. So Buckman and Grindy are 2 really good guards. They are fast. They are quick. They get the ball up the floor. They shoot it well. It's going to start with getting those 2 contained, and then they got the Pearson girl inside who's 6 foot and finishes really well, and then they put a 5'10", 5'11" girl next to her. So we kind of told our girls, it's your typical DAC-12 school with quick guards and good size across the front line, and going to their place is never easy. They're 0-2 right now, but that doesn't show how good they are. They won 12 games last year, and like I just said, they brought everybody back. They're very talented. They've lost to Tri-Valley, they've lost to Garretson and Parks, and those 2 teams are both undefeated this year. So hands full on the road, tough environment, and we're going to have to play really well here to get and win tonight.
Well, it just goes back to Class A basketball, and especially DAC-12 basketball this year, is just going to be a grind. There will be no nights off. There will be no easy games. And so it is. Every night you're going to have to be prepared. And it'll prepare every DAC-12 team for the postseason. And tonight will be no different. Well, Coach, I really want to thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me. Look forward to seeing the game tonight and look forward to talking to you afterwards.
Okay, that sounds good. Thanks, Michael.
Hey, thanks a lot. You have yourself a great night and travel safely.
All right, you too. We'll see you tonight.
That was Coach John Brooks of the Vermillion Tanagers girls basketball team here on our Coaches Conversation. We'll be back in 3 minutes here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570, KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Few facts about Larry's Heating and Cooling. Heating and cooling business for over 40 years. A premier Lennox and factory authorized carrier dealer. On-the-spot financing. Emergency service anytime, any day. Comfort Care Club to help keep your HVAC system running at top performance, which saves you money. A sales department that knows the product inside and out. 2 locations, Yankton and Vermillion. Those are the facts. Who you gonna call? Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermillion. Online, larrysheatingandcooling.com.
Traveling to Vermillion for Tanager football, basketball, or just traveling through? The Red Roof Inn in Vermillion is a place to stay, offering great rates, clean rooms with an awesome continental breakfast. Red Roof Inn does whatever it takes to make guests feel comfortable, making your trip the best possible. And furry friends stay for free. Located on Cherry Street in the heart of Vermillion. Call the Red Roof Inn in Vermillion to make your reservation.
Hy-Vee makes grocery shopping easy with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Just order online, schedule a pickup or delivery time, then leave the shopping to us. Download the new Hy-Vee Aisles Online app or go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. It's easy to create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Plus, with Hy-Vee Aisles Online, pickup is free on orders over $30, and delivery is free with the membership. Save time. Shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online.
I'm Kevin Melm, store manager at Yankton's Lumberland. So interior design, we like to take the ordinary and make it extraordinary. People don't realize that taking a sofa and just by adding a rug, accessories, pictures to really make the room pop with maybe some color. It's absolutely free. So if you need help, we can draw out your room, sketch your room, come to your home, and it's a free service, absolutely.
Interior design from Yankton's Lumberland, 2401 Broadway Avenue.
Vermillion punts don't always know what a tanager actually is. They just know that it must be tough. At the Vermillion Federal Credit Union, we find that many people don't actually know what a credit union is. We of course tell them that we are like a bank, except we are not-for-profit and member-owned, meaning profits are returned to you through less fees and better rates. So start saving by becoming a member of the Vermillion Federal Credit Union today. Member NCUA.
Want a lumber yard that delivers more. The Lumberyard Vermillion has been going strong in the same spot now for 53 years, helping you find the building solutions you need, offering new technology with old-fashioned friendly small town service, making the Lumberyard in Vermillion your building supply solution from start to finish.
We are back at Tri-Valley High School's gymnasium here in Colton, South Dakota, where we're about 2 minutes away from the start of the Vermillion Tanagers and Tri-Valley Mustangs girls basketball. You know, we kind of gave you the overview of the Tri-Valley. Girls for Vermillion are 2-0. They defeated Canton earlier this season in their season opener, and then they defeated Worthington just on Saturday in the Sanford Coyote Sports Center in the Vermillion Holiday Classic. So that game against Canton returned all but one player from last year's team, and Vermillion played really well. They had 4 players in double figures. They won 62-41. And then Worthington came in. Worthington was 1-3, now 1-4. But they brought a lot of their returning players from last year, and they had some good height, good length. Played more post than anything, but the Tanagers won that game 62-37 to bring them to 2-0 on the season. Now, on the season, the Tanagers are led by Brooke Jensen. Brooke Jensen, coming off that 31-point game against Worthington, is averaging 24.5 points a game. She's also averaging 4.5 rebounds, as well as 3 steals per game. Second leading scorer on the team is Brooklyn Voss, who's been kind of the 6th man, as you would, 6th woman, 6th girl. 11 points per game, and then also 2 rebounds. Followed by Leah Herbster, 8.5 points a game, 6 rebounds per game. She's averaging 1.5 steals per game. 8.5 points per game by Casey Hansen. Then you have Janaea Cleveland, who comes off the bench, kind of that, again, 6th or 7th person off the bench. 3 points per game, but she's averaging 4 steals. She's tenacious on defense. And so we're getting ready. We'll be hearing the national anthem. So we're going to step away, because unfortunately it never plays loudly enough for us to hear it. So we're going to step away for a 3-minute timeout here on ESPN Radio, 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com. And we're live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
When your crew is craving Pizza Ranch, it's easy to order online at pizzaranch.com. Online ordering makes it fast and easy to order craveable crispy ranch chicken or build your favorite pizza exactly how you like it. And now, for even more convenience, place your favorite order with just one tap. So when you're craving pizza or the country's best chicken, go to pizzaranch.com and start your order. For craveable food and convenient online ordering, there's so much to love at Pizza Ranch.
Hi, this is Chris Redrick.
And Jeff Sage.
We are Kalen's Indoor Comfort Service Technician.
And lifelong residents of the Yankton area.
If you are experiencing a problem with your furnace,
or just need a preventive maintenance, we're here for you 24/7.
Remember, most breakdowns can be prevented with regular maintenance.
So join the club.
The Comfort Club. And get peace of mind, increase your comfort, and save 15%. So give us a call at 665-4348.
When you want comfort, you want Kalen's.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, you know. So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
Let me ask you something. What do you see when you look at your home and your car? Do you see a bundle, a combo deal? That's how other insurance companies see them, but a State Farm agent sees so much more, because a State Farm agent sees your home and your car as more than just 4 walls and 4 wheels, things you've really worked hard for. So why not give them the protection they deserve? Call your State Farm agent, Dick Sunday in Vermillion, 605-624-3392.
You've all heard of the Maytag Man, but have you heard of the Murph Man? He's your local Maytag service professional, delivering sparkling dishes, fresh clothing, and ice-cold milk with top-quality Maytag appliances. Or if your current appliance breaks down, he is on it. Murph, he's your man from Murph's Appliance in downtown Vermillion. Big city selection, small-town service.
You'll find the Murph Man at Murph's Appliance in downtown Vermillion on Main Street.
I'm Lane Sawatsky from Yankton, South Dakota originally, and I'm the owner at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab. I love going out to the lake, visiting the river, kind of turned into a river out here as of late. That's another thing you leave Yankton and you take for granted. All the years, all the days out on the lake, out on the river with buddies, and that's another great thing that I really missed, and another thing that kind of brought us back to is just being out on the water, absorbing some sunlight and hanging out.
Come thrive with us at YanktonSD.com.
We are back here in Tri-Valley where they're announcing the starting lineups. The starting lineups for the Vermillion Tanagers, a little bit of a shakeup. Casey Hansen, Leah Herbster, and Brooke Jensen. They've started the previous 2 games. This will be their 3rd start. But now starting is Janaea Cleveland and Brooklyn Voss. That means probably Rigneris and Chandler Cleveland will be the first 2 off the bench. Now for the Tri-Valley Mustangs, the starting lineups. Senior guard at 5'4", Stephanie Buckman. Number 10 at 5'9", junior forward, Hillary Hastings. Number 14, a 5'6" guard, junior, Lauren Grindy. Number 30, a 5'11" guard forward combo, sophomore Madeline Wenzel. And then finally at center, a 6-foot senior, Ava Pearson. We are looking forward to this matchup tonight. There's height on both sides, there's speed on both sides, experience on both sides. Both teams only lost one senior off their teams from last year, so they're very familiar with each other. And when you get into DAC 12 action, you never know what's going to happen. So we're very excited to see this action tonight and see the boys' action later. So this is Tri-Valley's home game. Pearson and Jensen or Herbster jump, and Vermillion does win the tip. Voss on the right-hand side over to Brooke Jensen at the three-point line. Jensen takes the three. Ooh, just off the back iron, but Herbster gets the rebound, tosses it out to Casey Hansen, down to Jensen on the baseline, goes up for a shot, and is fouled by number 30. Fouled by number 30. So that is Madeline Wenzel's first foul. And first team. So Brooke Jensen will be going to the line to shoot two. First one is through. Second one rolls in, makes the score 2-0. And Brooke Jensen has her first 2 points of the night. And here's the pass down low to Ava Pearson, up and in. Score is tied at 2-2, just 30 seconds in. Here, Casey Hansen will be bringing the ball up for the Tanagers. Over to Brooklyn Voss on the left-hand side. Brings it back to the center. Herbster at the three-point line, over to Hansen in the right-hand corner. Back down to Brooke Jensen on the block. Kicks it out to Janaea Cleveland. Her three. Oh, that is just short, but Hansen up for the rebound. Puts it back up. Can't quite get it, but gets her own rebound. And that is a jump ball. Possession will go to Tri-Valley. So that is 2 rebounds for Casey Hansen on that play. Unfortunately, not able to get any points. And here Tri-Valley looks to break the press, and that is a great play by Brooke Jensen. Not stealing the pass, but tipping the pass out of bounds. Allows the Tanagers to regroup. Here's the inbounds from Tri-Valley. Maddie Wenzel into the corner, down low to Pearson, and that is just out of the reach of Ava Pearson. So 2 turnovers. So 6:50 remaining as Casey Hansen brings the ball up over to Janaea Cleveland. Cleveland over to Jensen at the three-point line for 3, and that is good. Jensen with a quick 5 points, very reminiscent of Saturday against Worthington. Full court press by Vermillion, broken by Tri-Valley. That's Buckman over to Lauren Grindy, out to Hillary Hastings for 3, and that is good. Back and forth, 6:18 remaining. Score is tied at 5. Casey Hansen brings the ball up, crosses the midcourt stripe, over to Brooklyn Voss on the right-hand side, and Brooklyn does travel, unfortunately. So with 6:09 remaining, score is tied at 5. Very fast-paced. High action tonight. And Grindy into Buckman. Buckman back to Grindy, trying to break this press. Across court, Brooke Jensen with the steal. Oh, the layup is just off the front. Rebound to Tri-Valley, knocked out by Casey Hansen. Brooke Jensen very frustrated with herself. She went up for the left-handed layup, and it just went off the front of the rim. So Maddie Wenzel to inbound the ball over to Buckman on the left-hand side, down to Ava Pearson. Ava Pearson with the shot, but she is fouled. Shot does miss. And that foul is called on Leah Herbster. That is her first. First team foul. And Pearson's first free throw is no good. And her second is good. That is the first lead of the game for Tri-Valley at 6-5 here in the first quarter, 5:46 remaining. Janaea Cleveland on the right-hand side. Looks for someone to give it to, gives it to Hansen. Herbster on the left-hand side, down to Jensen on the block, out to Hansen at 3 for the shot, and no good, but rebound goes to Hillary Hastings. Scramble for the ball, over to Herbster, Herbster up, and the shot is good! 7-6 Vermillion. This is fast-paced action tonight. Maddie Wenzel and Brooke Jensen goes up, blocks the pass, creates a jump ball. Ball goes, possession arrow does go to Vermillion. So Janaea Cleveland will inbound the ball to Casey Hansen. Score is 7-6. So they set up the offense. Cleveland on the left-hand side, dribbles around, and that is, they're saying that it's tipped out by the Mustangs. I think Coach Jewett thought it was off Brooklyn Voss, but Janaea Cleveland resets the offense here at the top of the key. 23 seconds on the shot clock. Hansen on the right-hand side gets it down to Voss. Voss looks for anything, and that is good. Off the glass, 9-6. That's Brooklyn Voss's first 2 points of the game. And that press is really dealing some fits. And Leah Herbster steps in front of the pass. You know, she hasn't gotten a steal yet, but that's 2 passes that she has broken up. So 6-9, 4:47 remaining. Here's Buckman bringing it up over to Hillary Hastings, back to Buckman. Across court to Lauren Grindy, who drives and unable to get it, but Ava Pearson with the rebound and the putback, making the score 9-8. All right, Hansen brings the ball up over to Voss. Voss corrals the pass. Janaea Cleveland with the drive and up and under. 11-8. Janaea Cleveland with 2 points. Now Claire Doty and Chandler Cleveland are looking to come in. Brooke Jensen with the steal. Passes over to Hansen. Oh, just out of her reach. That was a nice, crisp pass, but just out of the reach of Casey Hansen. Great opportunity, but Tri-Valley will take over. Lauren Grindy will be inbounding the ball. Vermillion is with that full court press. Now Chandler Cleveland and Claire Doty are in. Casey Hansen and Janaea Cleveland are out. Here's Buckman, just getting across the half-court line to Hillary Hastings. Now back to Buckman. Buckman back out to Hastings. Doty with the steal. Out to Livy Rigneris. Rigneris up with the right hand. Unable to hit, but gives it to Brooke Jensen. Just short on the short little jumper. And Buckman gets it down to Maddie Wenzel. Out to Hillary Hastings. Back to Wenzel. Down low to Ava Pearson. And she is up and under for 2. Tri-Valley has is now 11-10. Rigneris over to Jensen. The 5 on the court for Vermillion right now as the foul is called on the floor on Madeline Wenzel. That is her second foul, second team foul, second personal foul. So coming out, Ava Pearson, Hillary Hastings, and Stephanie Buckman in are Sorensen. So the 5 out there right now, Rigneris, Claire Doty, Chandler Cleveland, Leah Herbster, and Brooke Jensen. And for Tri-Valley, you have Haley Sorensen, Abby Wagner, Maddie Heavey, Maddie Wenzel, and Lauren Grindy. So with 3:02 remaining, Vermillion leads 11-10. Tri-Valley with the ball. Here to Sorensen. Sorensen over to Heavey. Heavey with the deep 3. That is off the back iron. Rebounded by Jensen. Brought up by Rigneris. Rigneris looking to reset the offense. Doty on the right-hand side. Down to Herbster. Herbster up. Oh, just off the back of the iron. Rebound to Rigneris. Jensen for 3. Drives in. And they're going to call her with a travel. They're going to call her for a travel as she ran into a defender and kind of bounced back. I think she was hoping for a foul. I think it was probably a good no call. Just unfortunate. So 2:38 remaining. Vermillion leads 11-10. Rigneris, it's the one-person press down here. It's a 1-1-3. And here's Hillary Hastings over to Buckman. Buckman back to Hastings. Hastings on the left-hand side, dribbles and drives. Over to Buckman. Over to Heavey from the right-hand side for three, and that is just off. Rebound by Sorensen. Shot by Buckman. Blocked by Jensen, out of bounds. Ball remains with Tri-Valley. 32 seconds remaining on the shot clock. 2:15 in the game. Sorensen into Heavey. Heavey on the right-hand side. Back over to Buckman on the left. Buckman tries to get it over to Heavey. Defended by Jensen. Rigneris over on Buckman. And Buckman up with the shot. Unsuccessful. Shot by Haley Sorensen. Jump ball. Jump ball. Back in for Vermillion. Casey Hansen and Brooklyn Voss. Coming out, Brooke Jensen and Leah Herbster. So it's Doty, Voss, Cleveland, Rigneris, and Hansen. Inbound to Heavey for Tri-Valley, who brings it back up out top. Over to Buckman. Down low to Hastings at the three-point line. Back over to Buckman on the right. Sorensen down low to Heavey on the left. Fakes the three-pointer. Over to Sorensen at the top of the key. Over to the right-hand side to Hastings. Down low to Buckman. Buckman into Ava Wagner, or Abigail Wagner, and she is unsuccessful, and on the rebound loses control and steps on the line. Ball goes to Vermillion. So, with 1:32 remaining, Vermillion and leads 11-10. We've been stuck at this for a couple minutes now. So Doty on the right-hand side. Over to Rigneris at the top of the key. To the left-hand side to Voss. Voss dribbles in. Looks to drive. Puts up a shot. And that falls, and it's the and one. So Vermillion currently leads 13-10 on that two-pointer by Brooklyn Voss. With 1:17 remaining. She will go to the line. I didn't see who they called the foul on. Third. That is Maddie Wenzel's third. Nope, called it on 4. Okay, that is Maddie Heavey's first foul. Shot is good. 14-10 Vermillion with 1:17 remaining. The clock is not on. There we go. So Sorensen for three. Just off, but the rebound, nope, off of Tri-Valley. Vermillion has another shot at it, leading by 4 with 1:07 remaining here in the first quarter. So Hansen brings the ball up. It's Hansen, Rigneris, Voss, Chandler Cleveland, and Claire Doty. So Voss on the left-hand side. Hansen tries to post up. Doty at the top of the key. Rigneris off to the right. Out to Voss at the three-point land. Chandler Cleveland drives, pivots, looks to pass, gets it out to Rigneris on the right-hand side. Hansen, 8 seconds on the shot clock. From three, Claire Doty. Oh, and that didn't hit anything. They need to get a shot off real quick. And they, unsuccessful. That is a shot clock violation. So with 31.6 seconds remaining, Vermillion leads 14-10. Janaea Cleveland comes in for Claire Doty. So it's Janaea Cleveland, Chandler Cleveland, Casey Hansen, Claire Doty, and Brooklyn Voss. Full court press is on. That was knocked out by Janaea Cleveland, who as I said before, is averaging 4 steals per game. So Buckman looks to inbound, and she steps on the line as called by Coach Brooks. So that is a turnover for Tri-Valley. Vermillion will take over on their side of the court. Brooke Jensen comes in for Chandler Cleveland. So Hansen, Rigneris, Hansen, Brooklyn Voss, Janaea Cleveland, and Brooke Jensen. Hansen, shot clock is off. Rigneris on the right-hand side brings it to the top of the key. Gets it to Brooklyn Voss on the right-hand side. Janaea Cleveland over to Brooke Jensen. They're playing for the last shot. Voss over to Rigneris. Rigneris resets the offense. And they are going to call Heavey for her second foul. So that puts Heavey at 2 fouls here in the first quarter, and Wenzel with 2 fouls here in the first quarter. 4 team fouls to 1 for Vermillion. Inbound by Cleveland. 9 seconds remaining. Rigneris on the drive. Unable to get it to anybody. Stolen by Tri-Valley. Rigneris intercepts the pass, knocks it out of bounds, and time will run out. So in the first quarter, Vermillion leads 14-10. We'll take a 1-minute timeout here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and we're live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
You like your pizza pie? How about pizza from Pump and Pack? It's very good. And they have pizza by the slice, too. And, of course, breakfast pizza and pizza for lunch. Pump and Pack Pizza. So convenient for breakfast and for lunch. You'll find Pump and Pack and the tasty pizza on the west side of town under the big American flag on the corner of Stanford and West Cherry, Vermillion.
Johnson Feed has served the area for over 100 years with the goal to continue this local, family-owned business for the long haul. Johnson Feed is proud to be a part of the Vermillion community with a facility ready to repair, wash, and sell tires for all trucks and vehicles. Johnson Feed has room for drivers, too. If interested, contact the friendly folks at Johnson Feed. They have over 200 company trucks to deliver products throughout the country with over 35 company employees. Johnson Feed, 1218 Compton Court, north side of the Highway 50 bypass, Vermillion.
Okay, back here at Tri-Valley after the first quarter. Vermillion leads Tri-Valley 14-10. Vermillion will start the inbound to Powell here with possession. Casey Hansen to bring the ball up. And I did not hit fade to stop, so you're still hearing music. Voss at the top of the key over to Brooke Jensen. Stop and pop, and that rolls in. I believe those are 7 points for Brooke Jensen. 7 out of 16. Vermillion leads 16-10. Again, Vermillion with that full court press that, it takes a while for a team to get used to. Hansen knocks the ball out of Buckman's hands, knocks it out of bounds, so possession remains with Tri-Valley. 23 seconds on the shot clock. Wenzel to inbound to Buckman. Buckman brings it across the mid-court line, guarded by Hansen. That's over to Grindy. Grindy drives, pivots, puts up a shot, but she is fouled. I think they might call it on Leah Herbster. Nope. Calling it on Brooklyn Voss. Brooklyn Voss is first of the game. And that is the team's second. So Lauren Grindy with her first free throw. Makes it 16-11. Second free throw is good. So 16-12. We're 30 seconds into the second quarter. Hansen gets her instructions from Coach Brooks. Hansen over to Janaea Cleveland. Cleveland brings it down to the right-hand corner. Looks to try to get it into Jensen. Unable to. Hansen at the top of the key. Over to Voss on the left-hand side. Leah Herbster from the left. Oh, unable to connect. But that is off of Tri-Valley, out of bounds. So didn't catch rim at all. So 15 seconds remaining on the shot clock with 7:04 here in the second quarter. Janaea Cleveland will inbound the ball. Over to Casey Hansen on the right-hand side. Hansen stops, pops, and shoots. Oh, in and out. Rebound by Ava Pearson. Ball brought up by Buckman. Over to Grindy. Could have called a travel there, but they didn't. Over to Maddie Wenzel from the left-hand side. That is a two-pointer. Makes it 16-14. Casey Hansen to bring the ball up. Over to Brooklyn Voss on the right-hand side. Back to Hansen at the top of the key for a three. Oh, off the back iron. But Hansen tries to run down the rebound, and it is off of Buckman, so possession remains with Vermillion with 35 seconds on the shot clock, as it did catch iron. So Cleveland into Hansen, Hansen back to Cleveland, Cleveland back to Hansen at the top of the key, over to Voss on the right-hand side, down to Leah Herbster. That ball is tipped, back down to Herbster, gets it out to Voss. Jensen at the top of the key for three, just off, but Janaea Cleveland with the rebound. Brooke Jensen with that short jumper off the back iron. Hansen steals that one out to Janaea Cleveland. Wow. The speed of this Vermillion team is dealing some fits to Tri-Valley. Jensen with the short jumper, and that is good. 9 points for Brooke Jensen. Tri-Valley brings the ball up. Score is 18-14, just under 6 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Herbster with the steal off Janaea Cleveland, poking the ball away, and that will be a jump ball. I think that's about the 7th jump ball we've had today. Both of these teams are really aggressive, hitting the floor. It's really just a beautiful game of basketball tonight. So Maddie Wenzel inbounds it to Buckman. Buckman guarded closely by Hansen. Buckman does bring it in, drives down the middle, and they're going to call Hansen with the foul. That'll be Hansen's first, third team. So Maddie Wenzel is their usual inbounder. And then you have Ava Pearson out there along with Haley Sorensen, Lauren Grindy, and Stephanie Buckman. Sorensen over to Grindy. Grindy out to Maddie Wenzel for a long two. Makes it 18-16 again. Back to a 2-point lead. Tri-Valley is hanging in there. Over to Brooklyn Voss. Janaea Cleveland on the left-hand side. Skip pass over to Hansen. Hansen from the top of the key. That is a three-pointer, and that is good for Casey Hansen. Makes the score 21-6. She knew it as soon as it was out of her hands. Pressure defense from Vermillion. Here's Haley Sorensen up to Buckman on the left-hand side. Back down to Sorensen. Over to Grindy at the top of the key. Maddie Wenzel over to Buckman. Buckman has it poked away by Brooke Jensen. Haley Sorensen over to Wenzel in the lower right-hand corner. 5 seconds to go. Again, they could have called a travel on that, and they're going to call a push. And that foul is on Brooke Jensen. That is her first, team's fourth. So both teams have 4 team fouls here with 4:41 remaining in the second quarter. Stephanie Buckman at the line. First free throw, no good, no good. In for Vermillion, Livy Rigneris and Chandler Cleveland. In for Tri-Valley, Julia Mazishki and Abigail Wagner. Buckman's second free throw is good. Makes the score 21-17. 4:40 remaining as Hansen brings the ball up. Gets it across the center court line. Hansen off to Brooke Jensen, who does drive. Gets it out to Brooklyn Voss for a three. No good. Oh, Chandler Cleveland tried to get the rebound. She looked like she might have been pushed in the back, but no call. Brought up by Stephanie Buckman. Buckman off the right over to Julia Majeski, who brings it up and lays it in. Back to a 2-point lead for Vermillion. Casey Hansen brings the ball up, gives it off to Brooke Jensen. Jensen looks to drive, kicks it out to Chandler Cleveland. Cleveland drives, pivots, tries to take it off the back glass. Who are they going to call this foul on? I think they're calling it on Abigail Wagner. Yep, Abigail Wagner with her first foul, 5th team foul. So Vermillion will get possession. 35 seconds on the shot clock. Hansen to inbound to Brooke Jensen. Jensen back to Hansen. Hansen kicks it out to Chandler Cleveland for 3. That is off the backboard. So Buckman brings the ball up here. Drives down into the lane. Kicks it out to Haley Sorensen, who brings it around. That is blocked by Brooke Jensen. So 24 seconds remaining. As the Mustangs of Tri-Valley will look to inbound the ball with only down 2. Coming in is Lauren Grindy. Coming out is Haley Sorensen. Stephanie Buckman is out. Maddie Heavey is in. Brzezinski looks to inbound the pass. And that is a 5-second. That stifling defense of Vermillion leads to another turnover. Rigneris into Hansen, as well as Brooke Jensen, Brooklyn Voss, and Chandler Cleveland out there. Claire Doty looks to check in. Rigneris at the top of the key, over to Jensen on the left. Jensen drives in, kicks it out to Hansen. Hansen back to Jensen. Jensen over to Chandler Cleveland for 3. Oh, just off the back of the rim. And that is off Brooklyn Voss on the rebound attempt. Doty comes in for Brooklyn Voss. So 3:13 remaining here in the second quarter. Vermillion leads 21-19. Heavey brings the ball up, breaks the pressure. Down to Hastings in the lower right corner. Heavey at the top of the key over to Majeski. Majeski over to Hastings on the right. back to Lauren Grindy. Grindy looks to drive. Unable to get in there. Into Wagner, and that is a timeout. A 30-second timeout for Tri-Valley. So we'll keep it right here for now. 2:46 remaining here in the second quarter. As Vermillion leads by a score of 21-19. It's been a very fast-paced game. Vermillion has 4 team fouls. Tri-Valley has 5 team fouls. Vermillion is being led in scoring by Brooke Jensen, but it's been a high-pressure defense for Vermillion. But the Mustangs have had some really good outside shooting. Maddie Wenzel, she has 2 fouls, but she has been hitting from the right-hand corner just inside the three-point line. And so we're back from the timeout. So with 9 seconds remaining on the shot clock, 2:46 on the game clock. Wagner looks to inbound the ball. Over to Heavey. Heavey with the fake. Up and over. Unsuccessful. And Chandler Cleveland with the rebound on the air ball. Brooke Jensen brings it down the left-hand side of the lane. Drives in. Up and under. And 23-19. And Brooke Jensen is in double figures for her 3rd straight game. All right, Lauren Grindy brings the ball up. Over to Majeski on the right-hand side. Majeski over to Wagner at the top of the key. Over to Grindy on the left-hand side, who drives and does throw up a shot. That is rebounded by Claire Doty, brought up by Brooke Jensen on the right-hand side. Jensen looks to drive, kicks it out to Livy Regneris, who brings it down. Casey Hansen down on the block, throws up a shot, unable to connect. And they are calling it out of bounds on the Tanagers. Possession goes to Tri-Valley. Now Janaea Cleveland comes in for Casey Hansen. Stephanie Buckman comes in as Hillary Hastings leaves and Julie Majeski leaves. So on the field, on the court, you have Grindy, Heavey, Buckman, Sorensen, and Wagner. For Vermillion, you have Jensen, Cleveland, Regneris, Cleveland, and Doty. Both Clevelands are out there. I didn't make that mistake. Down low to Grindy. Grindy backs up, and she does travel. They had to call that one. I think she was expecting more resistance behind her, and she just started to fall. All right, Regneris into Janaea Cleveland. Cleveland brings up the ball. Over to Doty on the right-hand side. As Brooke Jensen is really trying to get some positioning down on the block. Over to Chandler Cleveland on the left-hand side, drives. Unable to get up a clean shot. Wow, and they're going to call Janaea Cleveland with a foul. That's the 5th team foul, her first personal. So 1:14 remaining here in the second quarter. Vermillion leads 23-19. Buckman inbounds to Lauren Grindy. Grindy over to Heavey. Heavey brings it back out to the top of the key. Over to Buckman. Buckman drives, kicks it out to Sorensen, who tries to drive. Knocked away by Jensen. There's Grindy with the shot. Rebound by Ava Pearson, fouled by Leah Herbster. That's Herbster's second foul. And she will be going to the line here. So the score 23-19. Pearson goes to the line. Nope, they're calling it on the floor. Okay. So she will not be going to the line. So with 35 seconds on the shot clock, 54 seconds remaining on the game clock, Tri-Valley will look to inbound the ball. Herbster comes out. Voss comes in. So Grindy in the left-hand corner. Knocked away by Jensen. So Buckman brings it up the right-hand side, tries to drive, has it knocked away a little bit. Heavey fakes the shot. Down low to Janaea Cleveland, down to Pearson. Pearson backs in. gets their own rebound. Not quite sure how they're letting Pearson get away with some steps here, unfortunately. But score is 23-21. Shot clock is off. Vermillion will play for the last shot. Doty over to Rigneris at the top of the key. Voss on the left-hand side. Back up to Janaea Cleveland. Cleveland over to Doty on the right-hand side. Up to Brooklyn Voss. 12 seconds remaining. They'll start running the offense here. Rigneris at the top of the key. And Jensen, here's Grindy with the steal. Lays it up and in at the buzzer to tie it up as they go into halftime. Coach John Brooks is not happy with the end of half sequence there. So, at the end of the first half, Vermillion 23, Tri-Valley 23. We'll be back after this 3-minute timeout here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
At Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion, they strive to provide the highest quality patient-centered dental care in a friendly, relaxing atmosphere. Knutson Family Dentistry works hard to provide the best cosmetic, general, and emergency dental treatment in the area. With over 50 years of combined dental experience, the latest dental technology, and a professional and compassionate staff, they're your top choice for dental care. Call for an appointment at 605-857-8008. Knutson Family Dentistry of Vermillion.
You can feel beautiful in your own skin. Candies Couture offers intimates to make you feel your best. Whether you want to feel beautiful for a night or you just want to feel frisky. Candies Couture also offers mastectomy bras, prosthetics, and nursing bras. Candies Couture, 17 West Main Street, Vermillion. We are beautiful in every aspect life throws at us.
Here's what people say about Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford. One customer, quote, absolutely fantastic service. Another, Mike and Dan Carlson have a great family business. One more, we've been going to the shop since we've moved to town. Quality repair for reasonable money. For all your vehicle needs, count on Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford and check them out on Facebook.
Bring it down to Carlson's Body Shop, your complete car care center.
What's worse than having to spend all day at the laundromat? A lot of them are hot, sticky, and smell bad. In Vermillion, you want to avoid that situation. Yuck. Eastgate Maytag Laundry is super clean and open 24 hours a day. Eastgate has super giant 60-pound washers and giant 70-pound dryers to make your wash day fly by. Eastgate is also located near many local restaurants if you want to grab a quick bite. Next time your laundry is piled up, pile into Eastgate Maytag Laundry, located next to Jimmy John's on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Let's be real. Insurance is complicated. Policies are confusing. The options are endless and hard to compare. This is where Fishback Insurance Agency comes in. We are an independent, local agency that compares providers and finds you the best policy at the best price for home, auto, business, farm, life, health, and more. How's that for a plan? Contact us for a free quote at fishbackinsurance.com. Insurance products are not deposits and may lose value. They're not bank guaranteed or insured by FDIC or any government agency.
Runnings in Vermillion is here for you to lean on like a trusted friend. We work hard each day to stock our shelves with brands and products that are built for value and purpose. Running sells a wide selection of trusted brands of sporting goods, men and women's clothing featuring Carhartt and Wrangler. There's footwear, pet supplies, housewares, tools, farm supplies, lawn and garden supplies, toys, and outdoor equipment. Additionally, this store is an authorized dealer of Honda power equipment. Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
Back here at the Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium in Colton, South Dakota, where we have ourselves a tie game at half. Started off first quarter, Vermillion led 14-10. Tri-Valley just had a couple of things go their way in that second quarter. I know Coach Brooks, you could tell he was not happy with the way they played for the last shot at the end, which led to a steal by Lauren Grindy and a layup as the buzzer sounded to tie the game. But in that first half, it was a very fast-paced game, fast-paced first half. But let's go over a couple of scores, and then we'll give you maybe some point totals here after the break. So in Class A, around the state right now, Florence Henry leads Clark Willow Lake 35-15 at the half. Chamberlain leads Kimball White Lake 27-24 at the end of the first half. In the area, Canton leads Alcester Hudson 31-21 at the end of the first half. Wagner over Menno 52-6 at half. Viborg Hurley over Elk Point Jefferson 46-24. 2 minutes left in the third in that game. Parkston leads Parker 9-4 with 4 minutes left in the second. That's a pretty low-scoring game over there. Sioux Valley leads Beersford 35-30, just coming out of the halftime there. Bonholm and Winner, no update on that score. There's no update on that Tri-Valley Vermillion score. I bet it's 23-23 if I had to guess, though. Elsewhere throughout the state, Garrettson and Del Rapids are playing tonight. Dakota Valley is playing Hardington Cedar Catholic, the girls. So those are the games around the state in Class A tonight. Also in Double A, Sioux Falls, Washington beat Huron, doubled them up 62-31. Now, in case you hadn't heard, the Aberdeen Central Yankton games on Thursday have been moved to January 31st due to the upcoming weather of snow and wind. And then in Class B, in the area, you have Trip Delmont Armor leading Freeman Academy Marion 17-14 at the start of period 3. Centerville beat Gayville Vollen 54-26. Again, other area games. You have Irene Wakanda playing Wynot tonight. No score update there. And New England and North Dakota faces Lemon tonight. Have not heard a score from that as well. So those are the girls' scores from around the area. We'll be back here in 3 minutes here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Watching high school sports with Fuller Digital Solutions is convenient and free. Check out the Fuller Digital Solutions live stream on YouTube for area high school sports. Watch right from the comfort of your couch. And have you thought about advertising during the Fuller Digital Solution live streams? Thousands of viewers could see your business. Email fullerdigitalsolutions@gmail.com if you're interested. Bringing live high school sports streaming to you, Fuller Digital Solutions. Look us up on YouTube.
Last week, a guy walked into the UPS store in Vermillion. He did not notice the copiers, the printers, the mailboxes, the banners, the posters, not even the business and shipping supplies. It was like he had blinders on. Hi, this is Jay with the UPS store in Vermillion. Many people don't see everything we have to offer when they stop by the UPS store to ship their packages. They miss all the things we have, like printing, designing. We even offer notary services here at the UPS store, located on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
What's worse than having to spend all day at the laundromat? A lot of them are hot, sticky, and smell bad. In Vermillion, you want to avoid that situation. Yuck. Eastgate Maytag Laundry is super clean and open 24 hours a day. Eastgate has super giant 60-pound washers and giant 70-pound dryers to make your wash day fly by. Eastgate is also located near many local restaurants if you want to grab a quick bite. Next time your laundry is piled up, pile into Eastgate Maytag Laundry, located next to Jimmy John's on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Few facts about Larry's Heating and Cooling. Heating and cooling business for over 40 years. A premier Lennox and factory authorized carrier dealer. On the spot financing. Emergency service anytime, any day. Comfort Care Club to help keep your HVAC system running at top performance, which saves you money. A sales department that knows the product inside and out. 2 locations, Yankton and Vermillion. Those are the facts. Who you gonna call? Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermillion. Online, larrysheatingandcooling.com.
Traveling to Vermillion for Tanager football, basketball, or just traveling through? The Red Roof Inn in Vermillion is a place to stay, offering great rates, clean rooms with an awesome continental breakfast. Red Roof Inn does whatever it takes to make guests feel comfortable, making your trip the best possible. And furry friends stay for free. Located on Cherry Street in the heart of Vermillion. Call the Red Roof Inn in Vermillion to make your reservation.
Hy-Vee makes grocery shopping easy with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Just order online, schedule a pickup or delivery time, then leave the shopping to us. Download the new Hy-Vee Aisles Online app or go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. It's easy to create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Plus, with Hy-Vee Aisles Online, pickup is free on orders over $30, and delivery is free with the membership. Save time. Shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online.
Back here in Tri-Valley High School here in Colton, South Dakota, as the Vermillion Tanagers and the Tri-Valley Mustangs are tied at 23-all as we are getting ready to come out of halftime. In that first half, Vermillion was led by Brooke Jensen, who finished the first half with 11 points. Casey Hansen had 3, Leah Herbster with 2, Janaea Cleveland with 2, and Brooklyn Voss with 2. So after that first quarter, Vermillion led 14-10. They were outscored 13-9 in the second quarter by Tri-Valley. They held a 23-21 lead in final seconds as they looked to play for the final shot, but Grindy was able to come away with the steal there at the end and lay the ball in as the time ran out. I think Vermillion's going to look. They tried to get some big shots down low. They were getting the ball down low. They were just unable to get some clean shots, and they weren't hitting. But their outside shot has not been falling tonight. Brooke Jensen's even had some issues. Chandler Cleveland as well. So it's tough for them. There is some size for Tri-Valley, especially in Ava Pearson. Ava has really been a presence down there, both offensively and defensively. So we're here in the final few seconds before we come back from the half. It does appear that Vermillion has the possession arrow, so they will start with possession. So we start the second half. So out there, Janaea Cleveland, Casey Hansen, Leah Herbster, Brooklyn Voss, and Brooke Jensen. Same starters for Tri-Valley as well. Buckman, Wenzel, Grindy, Hastings, and Pearson. So Jensen on the left-hand side drives the lane, kicks it out to Hansen for the three-point line, kicks it out to Brooklyn Voss for 3, and in. Almost in. Cleveland over to Jensen at the top of the key. Brooklyn Voss on the left-hand side dribbles, top of the key to Hansen. Hansen drives, throws up a shot, and she is fouled, and that will be Madeline Wenzel's third foul. Yep, that's Wenzel's third foul. Now that's going to be big. Wenzel's a 5'11" combo guard forward who's been really hitting that inside, just inside the three-point line. So we'll see how that plays tonight. Hansen's first free throw, good. So Vermillion retakes the lead, 24-23. And here is Hansen's second free throw. That's also good. So Vermillion back up to 25-23. Buckman bringing the ball up over to Grindy. Grindy back to Buckman. Buckman gets right across center court. Buckman looking for a lane. And that ball is stolen by Herbster. Herbster over to Jensen. Jensen brings the ball in, drives the lane, kicks it out to Casey Hansen for 3. And that is good! Another three-pointer for Casey Hansen. Gives her 6 points on the night. No, gives her 8 points on the night. Sorry. I don't mean to shortchange her. So that is a 5-point lead for Vermillion. Jensen knocks the ball out. That high-pressure defense of Vermillion, again, dealing Tri-Valley some fits again. Maddie Wenzel still out there with her 3 fouls. Kicks it out to Grindy on the left-hand side. Grindy brings it around over to Buckman. Wenzel down in the corner, back to Buckman on the right-hand side. Buckman gets it over to Grindy on the left-hand side, back to Buckman on the right. Buckman drives, and they are going to call Hansen for a foul. That will be Hansen's second and first team foul of the second half. Hansen gave the old Carl Anthony Towns, what? Who, me? Buckman at the right-hand side over to Maddie Wenzel just inside the three-point line, but deflected by Leah Herbster. That should be a block for her. Janaea Cleveland down the right-hand side, down to Herbster at the block, turns around, up and in for her 6 points of the night. Vermillion now has a 7-point lead. 7-0 to start this third quarter. Grindy trying to get it across the center court line. Oh, they just do with 2 seconds to spare. And they're going to call Brooklyn Voss for the foul, I believe. And that'll be Voss's second. Second team. Grindy over to Buckman on the right-hand side, down to Wenzel. Wenzel back up to Buckman, down low to Grindy. Grindy over to Wenzel for 3. Oh, just off the back iron. Rebound. Oh, Cleveland couldn't quite get to it. Grindy drives in, throws up a shot, and that somehow falls. So 30-25 on that high layup by Grindy. 5-point lead for Vermillion. Jensen for the 3. Oh, just off the back rim, but Brooklyn Voss with the rebound. Fakes, goes in, up and under, and a lot of contact, no call. Ball stolen by Buckman, picked up by Pearson, and that is going to be a jump ball. Possession arrow goes to Vermillion. No, I think that needs to be Tri-Valley's. I think that needs to be Tri-Valley's. Yeah. Yeah, that possession arrow just didn't get changed after Vermillion inbound. So Grindy will inbound. Buckman back to Grindy. Grindy over to Hastings. Hastings back to Grindy, still trying to get across the line. Gets across to Pearson. Buckman. Oh, Pearson wasn't paying attention. Jensen high over to Hansen. Hansen drives, lays it in, and she is fouled by Grindy. That'll be Grindy's first, second team, but it'll be two shots on the, 2 free throws on the, as she is fouled on the shot. So Hansen currently has 8 points on the game. First free throw is good. So that's 9 free throws. 9 points for Casey Hansen. Here's her second. That is good. Hansen is in double figures for the second time this season. Grindy into Buckman. Buckman looking to break the press. Over to Grindy. Grindy crosses midcourt. Drives deep. Gets it to Pearson. Pearson puts it up and in. 32-27. Janaea Cleveland brings the ball up. Casey Hansen on the left-hand side. Hansen looks to pass it down to Jensen, just off the elbow. Jensen up and under. Oh, unable to get it. Rebound by Pearson over Herbster. Buckman pushing it up. And they are... Oh, they're going to call a foul. Okay. They call a foul on Leah Herbster. That is her third. Coming in is Chandler Cleveland. She'll come in for Leah Herbster. So on the court right now, Hansen, Voss, the 2 Cleveland sisters, and Brooke Jensen. Buckman with the ball for Tri-Valley, over to Wenzel. Wenzel back to Buckman. Buckman over to Hastings on the left-hand side. Hastings dribbles back to the top of the key. Skip pass over to Wenzel. Wenzel down to Pearson, who couldn't handle the pass. Into Grindy. Grindy up, throws up the shot. It's unsuccessful, but she was fouled. Fouled by Brooke Jensen. That's Jensen's second foul of the evening. 4th team here in the second half already. So Grindy goes to the line. Tri-Valley trails by 5, 32-27. And Grindy's first free throw is no good. Here comes the second shot, up, and that one is good. 32-28 with 4:35 remaining here in the third quarter. Janaea Cleveland brings the ball up, gives it off to Brooke Jensen. Jensen sets up the offense. That ball is stolen by Grindy. Grindy with the left-hand layup, up and in. 32-30. And Jensen looks a little frustrated out there. Hansen with the ball. John Brooks calls a full timeout. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming from YouTube, on YouTube.
I'm Kevin Melm, store manager at Yankton's Lumberland. So interior design, we like to take the ordinary and make it extraordinary. People don't realize that taking a sofa and just by adding a rug, accessories, pictures to really make the room pop with maybe some color. It's absolutely free, so if you need help, we can draw out your room, sketch your room, come to your home, and it's a free service, absolutely.
Interior design from Yankton's Lumberland, 2401 Broadway Avenue.
Vermillion punts don't always know what a tanager actually is. They just know that it must be tough. At the Vermillion Federal Credit Union, we find that many people don't actually know what a credit union is. We of course tell them that we are like a bank, except we are not-for-profit and member-owned, meaning profits are returned to you through less fees and better rates. So start saving by becoming a member of the Vermillion Federal Credit Union today. Member NCUA.
Back here in Tri-Valley, score is 32-30 with 4:16 remaining here in the third quarter. Vermillion did hold a 5-point lead at one point, but that has been whittled down. All right, Chandler Cleveland on the right-hand side to Janaea Cleveland at the top of the key. Jensen on the left-hand side. Back over to Janaea Cleveland. Down low to Brooke Jensen, up and in! And that foul is called on Lauren Grindy. So Jensen will be shooting a free throw for a +1. The old traditional three-point play. So right now, Vermillion leads 34-30. Jensen's free throw is good, makes it 35-30. I believe that gives Jensen 14 points on the night. So Vermillion currently has two players in double figures. Here's Buckman over to Grindy. Grindy back over to Buckman. Buckman at the top of the key. Looks for somebody. Tosses it over to Wenzel on the left-hand side. Skip pass over to Heavey. Heavey over to Buckman. Tries to get it down low. Knocked away by Janaea Cleveland. Into the hands of Brooke Jensen. Jensen looks to drive. Kicks it out to Casey Hansen. Short jumper for Casey. No good, but out to Voss at the top of the key. Voss drives off the backboard. No good. Rebound Hansen, blocked by Pearson. And Pearson into Buckman. Buckman over to Grindy. Grindy drives. And that is no good. That is... All right, that'll be Tri-Valley ball. Doty and Rigneris coming in for Vermillion. Coming out, Janaea Cleveland and Brooklyn Voss. In for Tri-Valley, you have Abigail Wagner, along with Grindy, Buckman, Heavey, and Wenzel. Heavey for three, no good. Rebound Doty. Doty gets it out to Rigneris. So 3 minutes remaining. Vermillion leads by 5. Brooke Jensen on the right-hand side. Kicks it out to Hansen at the top of the key. Rigneris on the left-hand side, down to Chandler Cleveland. Brooke Jensen down at the block. And they're going to call her for traveling? As much as she got knocked around, they're going to call her for traveling. Okay, 2:56 remaining here in the third quarter. Haley Sorensen back to Grindy. Grindy over to Sorensen. Sorensen gets it across the midcourt line. Looks for somebody. Gets it into Grindy, and they're going to call Claire Doty for a foul. That'll be Doty's first. Team's fifth foul. So Grindy at the top of the key with 2:40 remaining. Setting up the offense down to Wenzel in the lower left. Into Heavey in the lane. Over to Sorensen on the right-hand side. Sorensen looking for someone to pass to. Gets it to Grindy on the left-hand side. Skip pass over to Heavey. Over to Sorensen at the top of the key. Down to Wenzel, and that is out of bounds off Tri-Valley. That's another turnover by that Vermillion defense. So 2:21 remaining. Vermillion leads 35-30. Rigneris inbounds to Casey Hansen, who gets it across the timeline over to Claire Doty. Doty on the left-hand side, back to Hansen at the top of the key. Chandler Cleveland down to Brooke Jensen. Jensen up and in. That is 16 points for Brooke Jensen. 7-point lead for Vermillion. Sorensen brings the ball up, gets it into Wenzel. Wenzel back into Grindy at the center line, and they are going to call Casey Hansen for her third foul. Both Hansen and Herbster have 3 fouls. That's going to be something they need to keep an eye on. And Hansen is coming out. Brooklyn Voss in. So Rigneris, Voss, Jensen, Cleveland, and Doty out there for Vermillion. Heavey, Wenzel, Sorensen, Wagner, and Hastings out there for Tri-Valley. That's Sorensen down low. Heavey with the shot, and that is off. Claire Doty with the rebound. Oh, that is stolen by Wenzel. Wenzel is so long. Oh, and they're going to call Doty for a block. Looked like she had really good positioning, but I'm not the umpire or the ref. So that's Doty's second, 7th team. That means Tri-Valley is in the 1-1. First free throw by Wenzel is good. Makes the score 37-31. It's Wenzel's 8th point and 9th point on the second shot. Coming in is Ava Pearson. Coming in for Wagner. Jensen inbounds to Regneris. Regneris bringing the ball up. Jensen gets the pass. Wenzel almost had another steal out to Voss on the right-hand side. Jensen on the right-hand side kicks it over to the left to Claire Doty. Doty for 3. Oh, just short. Gets her own rebound. Oh, and they're going to call Doty for a travel. She got caught. She wasn't quite sure what to do and just lifted that pivot foot, unfortunately. All right, Wenzel in to Sorensen. Sorensen back to Wenzel. Wenzel brings it across the center court line, and they just get it in. Heavey down low to Pearson. Pearson up and in. Makes the score 37-34. The game is different when Ava Pearson's in there for Tri-Valley. Brooke Jensen over to Claire Doty on the left-hand side. Back over to Regneris on the right. Chandler Cleveland in the corner. Doty at the top of the key. Here's a shot. Oh, just short. Nice rebound by Voss. Kicked by Maddie Wenzel. Ball will go to Vermillion with 34 seconds. Julia Majeski. 34 seconds on the shot clock, I should say. 42 seconds on the game clock. Vermillion leads by 3. Regneris to inbound. And into Jensen on 3. Here's the shot. And that is a 3-pointer for Brooklyn Jensen. That gives her 19 on the game. It's half a point above her average for the season so far. So 40-34. Nice play by Doty to get that pass. Knocks it over to Regneris for the steal. Chandler Cleveland down to Doty in the lower left corner. Doty brings it back. Picks up her dribble. Brooklyn Voss on the left-hand side of the lane. 13 seconds playing for the last shot. Regneris at the top of the key. Gets it down to Jensen. Jensen over to Voss. Voss looks to drive. Kicks it out to Regneris. Someone needs to shoot. Doty for 3. Oh, so close. So, at the end of 3, Vermillion leads 40-34. We'll be back with the fourth quarter here in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio, 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
You want a lumber yard that delivers more. The Lumberyard Vermillion has been going strong in the same spot now for 53 years, helping you find the building solutions you need. Offering new technology with old-fashioned friendly small-town service, making the Lumberyard in Vermillion your building supply solution from start to finish.
When your crew is craving Pizza Ranch, it's easy to order online at pizzaranch.com. Online ordering makes it fast and easy to order craveable crispy ranch chicken or build your favorite pizza exactly how you like it. And now, for even more convenience, place your favorite order with just one tap. So when you're craving pizza or the country's best chicken, go to pizzaranch.com and start your order. For craveable food and convenient online ordering, there's so much to love at Pizza Ranch.
We are back here in Tri-Valley Gymnasium in Colton, South Dakota, as we enter this fourth quarter. 8 minutes to go, so Vermillion leads 40-34, but that was a heck of a third quarter. And here we go as Vermillion inbounds the ball. Janaea Cleveland, Casey Hansen, Leah Herbster, Brooklyn Voss, and Brooke Jensen for Vermillion. Buckman, Hastings, Pearson, Grindy, and Sorensen out there for Tri-Valley. Hansen with the ball over to Brooke Jensen on the right-hand side. Jensen drives, looks to up and scoop and in. That gives her 21 on the night. That's her second straight game over 20 points for Brooke Jensen. Here's Grindy driving. Kicks it out to Hastings from the left-hand side for three. No good. And are they calling that on Brooklyn Voss? Wow, they're calling Brooklyn Voss for a push-off. And that is Voss's third foul. 8th team. Pearson goes to the line for a one-on-one, misses the first, but it is off Leah Herbster. So Tri-Valley will retain possession, 34 seconds remaining on the shot clock. So Sorensen to inbound the ball. Sorensen into Buckman. Buckman back to Sorensen. Sorensen for three. No good. Rebound, Brooklyn Voss. Voss pushing the ball up. Gets across the center line. Kicks out to Janaea Cleveland. Cleveland over to Hansen. Hansen over to Brooke Jensen. Jensen across. Skip pass to Herbster on the right-hand side. Hansen at the top of the key. Down to Voss. Thought about the three-pointer. Drives. Over to Leah Herbster. Herbster up. Oh! Almost went in, but got a foul on Pearson. That's Pearson's first, so she's not in foul trouble at all. Because, man, she is a difference maker out there. Just talking to the radio counterpart here, and this is her best game of the season so far. So Herbster for two. Here's her first free throw. Up and in. Makes the score 43-34. Vermillion is slowly extending that lead. Here's Herbster's second. This is their biggest lead of the game. Second free throw is good. So 44-34, first double-digit lead of the game. So Buckman bringing the ball up. Gives it off to Sorensen. Sorensen on the left-hand side. Dribbles across the center court line. Looking for someone to pass to. Gets it into Buckman. Tries to. Intercepted by Herbster. Herbster to Jensen. Jensen to Voss. Voss up and leaves it short. I think Voss thought she might have been fouled. Buckman to drive. Herbster back on defense. Over to Grindy. Grindy for three. No good. Rebound by Hansen. If you guys are not watching this, you are missing a beautiful game. Herbster down low. And another foul on Tri-Valley as Herbster goes up for the shot. That one was on Hastings. Hillary Hastings with her first. And here's Leah Herbster for another two free throw attempts. First one is good. So Leah has 7 points on the night, looks for her 8th. Second free throw, good again. That's four free throws in a row in this quarter for Leah Herbster. 46-34, Vermillion leads. Grindy bringing the ball up, looking to create. Over to Buckman on the left-hand side. Buckman skip pass to Heavey. Ooh. Heavey over to Grindy. Janaea Cleveland with the steal. Oh, and she goes up. It's blocked by Grindy. Full timeout to Tri-Valley. We'll be back in 1 minute. Score is 46-34. 6 minutes and 9 seconds remaining here in the fourth quarter. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Hi, this is Chris Redrick.
And Jeff Sage.
We are Kalen's Indoor Comfort Service Technician.
And lifelong residents of the Yankton area.
If you are experiencing a problem with your furnace,
or just need a preventive maintenance, we're here for you 24/7.
remember, most breakdowns can be prevented with regular maintenance.
So join the club.
The Comfort Club. Get peace of mind, increase your comfort, and save 15%. So give us a call at 665-4348.
When you want comfort, you want Kalen's.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, you know. So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
With the sounds of Jump Around fading in the background, Tri-Valley inbounds the ball. Buckman over to Grindy. Grindy back to Buckman. Vermillion holds a 12-point lead right now. Buckman back to Grindy as they get the ball across the center court line. Down to Wenzel in the lower left corner. Oh, almost another steal by Cleveland. That was the stat that jumped off the page to me. Cleveland has had 8 steals coming into this game in 2 games. Heavey down in the lower right corner. Knocked away by Herbster into Hansen. Hansen over to Cleveland. Hansen back to Cleveland. Cleveland in the lower right corner. Janaea Cleveland, that is. Timeout Vermillion. 30-second timeout, so we'll just keep it here. With 5:41 remaining in the game, 46-34, Vermillion leads Tri-Valley. Vermillion does have 8 team fouls, so Tri-Valley is in the bonus. 2 more fouls and they're in the double bonus. For foul trouble, really the only one for Tri-Valley is Maddie Wenzel with 3. Vermillion, Casey Hansen, Leah Herbster, and Brooklyn Voss each have 3 fouls. So that'll be something to keep an eye on as we get closer here. And the one scoreboard I was using has gone black. Oh, there it's back. Yay. So 5:41 remaining. Vermillion to inbound the ball. Tri-Valley coming out of their timeout. So Janaea Cleveland inbound the ball, gets it into Hansen on the left-hand side. Hansen for 3. That is off. Rebound by Brooklyn Voss. Over to Hansen on the right-hand side. Over to Chandler Cleveland. Over to Janaea Cleveland on the right-hand side. Herbster on the left. Voss in the lower left corner. Up to Chandler Cleveland, top of the key. Right-hand side to Janaea. Up and in by Leah Herbster. I believe that gives her double digits on the night at 10 points. So that is the 3rd Tanager with double digit scoring tonight. Sorensen on the left-hand lane, left-hand side, looking to get rid of it. That pressure from Vermillion, and that is off Lauren Grindy. So with 5:08 remaining, Vermillion has its biggest lead of the night at 48-34. Hansen will bring the ball up, inbounded by Janaea Cleveland. Hansen over to the right-hand side to Chandler Cleveland. Back to Janaea at the top of the key. Herbster on the left-hand side. Top of the key to Hansen. Hansen over to Voss on the left, down low to Herbster. And Herbster is fouled by Haley Sorensen. Sorry, not Bailey, Haley Sorensen. In for Vermillion. Brooke Jensen in for Leah Herbster. And Livy Rigneris in for Janaea Cleveland. So right now on the court, Chandler Cleveland, Casey Hansen, Livy Rigneris, Brooklyn Voss, and Brooke Jensen. Brooke Jensen with a nice quick 2-point shot. Gives her 23 on the night, 50-34. Grindy tries to drive, loses control, into Ava Pearson though, and Pearson up and in. So 50-36 here in the 4th quarter. Chandler Cleveland on the left-hand side. Voss for 3. That is good for Voss. 53-36, a 17-point lead for Vermillion. Buckman over to Heavey over to Buckman at the top of the key. Buckman looks to set the offense. Buckman drives down the left-hand side, gets into the lower left corner, looks for anyone. Heavey at the top of the key. Heavey thought about a long 3. Buckman for 3. Oh, just off. Rebound by Chandler Cleveland. Cleveland clears out the lane. Livy Rigneris brings up the ball. Hansen on the left-hand side. Hansen drives up and under. And she is clobbered by Pearson, but there is no call. Rebound over to, and they're going to call Hansen for a foul. Casey is visibly upset, and I think she has every right to be. I think she was fouled down here under the basket. and then they reciprocate by calling a foul on her down here. So 53 to 36, 3:41 remaining. Buckman at the line to shoot a 1-and-1. First free throw is no good. Rebounded by Brooke Jensen. Jensen gives it to Rigneris to bring the ball up. Jensen drives an open lane, up and in. Points number 24 and 25. Full timeout called by Tri-Valley. We'll be back in 1 minute with the score 55 for Vermillion, 36 for Tri-Valley. 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Let me ask you something. What do you see when you look at your home and your car? Do you see a bundle, a combo deal? That's how other insurance companies see them, but a State Farm agent sees so much more, because a State Farm agent sees your home and your car as more than just four walls and four wheels, things you've really worked hard for. So why not give them the protection they deserve? Call your State Farm agent, Dick Sunday in Vermillion, 605-624-3392.
You've all heard of the Maytag Man, but have you heard of the Murph Man? He's your local Maytag service professional, delivering sparkling dishes, fresh clothing, and ice-cold milk with top-quality Maytag appliances. Or if your current appliance breaks down, he is on it. Murph, he's your man from Murph's Appliance in downtown Vermillion. Big city selection, small town service.
You'll find the Murph Man at Murph's Appliance in downtown Vermillion on Main Street.
Back here at Tri-Valley. Tri-Valley inbounds the ball. Grindy bringing the ball up, gets it across midcourt. Looks at Tahivy in the lower left corner for three. No. Pearson tries to get the rebound, but Voss comes away with it. Hansen, with her 4 fouls, brings it up. It's across the center court. So with 3:09 remaining, Vermillion leads by 19. Hansen at the top of the key over to Voss. Voss for 3. No, that. Oh! I called it too soon. Wow. That was a gracious bounce. Voss has to be getting close to double digits as well with that three-pointer. She has 11. That is the 4th Tanager in double digits tonight. You have Hansen, you have Jensen, you have Herbster, and you have Voss. Those are the same 4 that scored in double digits in game 1 as well. So Casey Hansen just committed her 5th foul, so she will be fouling out. But Hansen played a great game defensively and offensively, just a captain out there. So coming in for Hansen is Leah Herbster. So it's Herbster, Jensen, Voss, Chandler Cleveland, and Livy Rigneris. With 2:47 remaining, now coming in for Vermillion, Taylor Barda, Janaea Cleveland, and Claire Doty. Coming out, Jensen, Chandler Cleveland, and Brooklyn Voss. Pearson misses the second free throw as they are in the double bonus. Rebound to Janaea Cleveland, over to Herbster, back up to Janaea Cleveland. Vermillion with the 22-point lead at this point. Janaea Cleveland with the ball, over to Herbster. Herbster for 3. Oh, just off the front of the rim, out of bounds, off Tri-Valley. So that is Vermillion ball. In for Tri-Valley is Wenzel. Pearson is out. So Wenzel, Heavey, Grindy, Hastings, and Buckman are out there. Janaea Cleveland tries to go up with a shot and is called for traveling. 2:26 remaining. I don't think the clock even started there, but that's okay. Buckman bringing the ball up, crosses center court. It's Hastings over to Heavey. Heavey at the top of the key, over to Grindy. Grindy for 3, off the back iron. And Taylor Barda with the rebound. Gets in, gets a rebound. That's nice. Janaea Cleveland on the right-hand side tries to drive into the corner. Looking for help. And that is knocked away by Hastings. Hillary Hastings. I was going to say Haley. Livy Rigneris at the top of the key, over to Herbster on the left. Barda at the top of the key. Over to Janaea Cleveland. Knocked away by Grindy, who steps on the line. Ball back to Vermillion. 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock. 1 minute, 41 seconds remaining on the game clock. Rigneris on the right-hand side. Gets it down to Janaea Cleveland. Oh, just out of her reach. Out of bounds. That's a turnover for Vermillion. Well, they are up 22. Coach Brooks is going to have plenty to say. You know, plenty of stuff for this team to work on. But they are going to be bringing in their reserves. Looks like Madigan Wallen, Maya Halverson, Mackenzie Richardson, Caitlin Tracy are all coming in, along with Bailey Baylor. At the next time out, 1 minute 15 remaining, 58-36. Claire Doty brings it up. Timeout, Vermillion for substitutions. So we'll just keep it here. So again, coming in, Maya Halverson, Bailey Baylor, Mackenzie Richardson, Caitlin Tracy, and Madigan Wallen. I believe Richardson's a junior, otherwise Tracy, Wallen, and Halverson are sophomores. So, Caitlin Tracy with the ball. Over to Maya Halverson. Down on the right-hand corner to Wallen. Wallen tries to get it into Bailey Baylor. It's knocked away by Tri-Valley. So with 58.6 seconds remaining, ball remains with Vermillion. 18 seconds on the shot clock. You know, Wallen scored during the game against Worthington on Saturday. There's a nice shot. Oh, up by Caitlin Tracy, unable to connect. Rebound to Tri-Valley, brought up by Buckman. Grindy drives, pivots. Unable to connect. And that is Madigan Wallen bringing the ball up. Caitlin Tracy now handling the ball. Gets it to Maya Halverson. Halverson over to Bailey Baylor. Back to Caitlin Tracy, drives. Kicks down to Wallen. Wallen for three, just short. Halverson, ball is loose on the floor. Rebound to Halverson. And Halverson. So there is a turnover, 19 seconds remaining. Grindy will inbound the ball to Buckman. And they'll just bring the ball up. Looks like they will try for a shot here. Buckman brings it in. Into Wenzel. Wenzel out to Grindy. Grindy drives, kicks it out to Hastings. Hastings for three, and that is good. Makes the score 58-39. Vermillion's just going to walk it off. And that'll be it. Here from Tri-Valley High School in Colton, South Dakota, the Vermillion Tanagers girls have gone on to be 3-0 with a 58-39 victory over Tri-Valley. We'll be back. I did want to mention, I got so wrapped up in the game, I did want to mention our sponsors. Pregame by Midwest Ready Mix Pregame sponsor. Our scoreboard sponsor is Carlson's Body Shop of Beersford. They're also our halftime sponsor. And our post-game sponsor, which is a little difficult, is First Dakota National Bank. So we'll be back. Actually, you know what? We'll just head right into coaches' interviews. I did interview Coach Federal of Tri-Valley earlier this week, actually just yesterday. And so here is that interview with Coach Federal of Tri-Valley. And we'll be back with our post-game, pre-game, between game for between games. So we'll be right back.
And we're back in with our coaches conversation with Coach Brandon Federal with the Tri-Valley Mustangs. Coach, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's good to be back at the school after kind of a weird week last week, so all's good here.
So what days did you go to school last week, and what days did you have off? I've heard different ones throughout the area. So
yeah, well, we went to school Monday. We were supposed to play T Monday night, and that kind of got canceled at about 3:30. So kind of were scrambling there, and then we were off Tuesday, late start Wednesday, and then we were off the rest of the week. So yeah, it was. We got one practice in on Wednesday, and that was it. So definitely not ideal from a coach's perspective.
Well, no, exactly, and that's something I've talked about with other coaches. You know, you get your first game, and I know you guys have only had one game so far this season. Is that correct?
That's correct, and even that one got postponed today, but we did get that one in. So
well, and you're thankful for that. You know, the Tanagers were the same way, and we were just talking. It's kind of like going out to dinner. getting your appetizer and then being told you need to come back the next day for the rest of the meal. You're kind of left wanting more.
Right. You know, you cram all that stuff in those first couple of weeks to try to get ready, and now it kind of feels like we're back to square one after all that time off. It's unfortunate, but, you know, everyone's in the same boat, so we'll take it as it goes and be ready to rock tomorrow.
Well, exactly. And you know, it's not even just the time off from games, because there's nothing that can really simulate the game, but it's the fact that you weren't even able to get practices in. You weren't even able to get real contact time with your team. You know, kids were kind of staying home. The weather wasn't conducive to really going out and doing anything. So how do you spend those first couple of weeks before game one working on conditioning and, you know, getting people into game shape? What do you tell your team when you have days and stretches like this where they're probably not going to even be able to go anywhere to get some activity in? How do you kind of prepare them for that?
Yeah, no doubt. It's tough. And, you know, with us being our school out here in the country, we certainly don't want kids on the roads out here, especially, you know, you grow up in town and maybe a coach on a snow day says, hey, I'll open the gym, whoever can get here. That's just not the case out here. We don't have that option. So, you know, I had a way to communicate with everyone. I just tell them, you know, film is on Huddle. You're welcome to watch that of us or our opponents, or, you know, think through plays. Just try to stay mentally focused, and when we're able to get back together, you know, we'll hit the ground running and just do our best with it. Everyone's in the same boat, like I said, so we're going to be fine.
Well, good. And, you know, just looking at your roster, you kind of have a mix of some returning letter winners or people that saw playing time. It seems like a fairly decent amount of new players. So how have the first couple of weeks or few weeks gone for integrating those players together into your system?
Yeah, it's been, you know, we really have two guys who started and played a ton of minutes last year, but some other guys who are, I think, ready to step up, juniors and seniors, and some sophomores that have earned the right to play. And, you know, the first game I played all 13 of my guys, and I just told them I don't think anyone's really separated themselves, and I'm going to wind down this rotation as the season goes along, but everyone's going to get a chance to prove to me that they, you know, deserve these minutes. So it's been fun. You know, practices were very competitive, you know, making that clear from the get-go that there's a lot of minutes to be earned, and that hasn't been the case the last couple of years. So really competitive practices, and it's been fun to watch.
Well, excellent. Well, you talked about two returning starters or significant playing time. Who were they?
Noah Haynes and Braden Oyen both started every game last year for us. So
okay,
yeah,
and they were the two that had the most minutes in that first game, didn't they?
Yeah,
looks like. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and so who are some other names that we might want to keep an ear out for as we're listening, that you've seen really make some progress from last year to this year, and from day one of practice through game one time?
You know, I think our other three juniors that are starting, Trey Johnson, he didn't play a lot on Friday night. Unfortunately, he really struggled with foul trouble. So hopefully that was a learning experience for him. He's really our only big guy that we have, and we need him on the floor. But
he runs about 6'6", doesn't he?
Yeah.
Kind of makes a real matchup error for
right, and especially, you know, Parkson's playing the zone last week, and we were trying to kind of get it into him, and when he was on the floor, it was great for us. But didn't play a whole lot. So once we get him back on the floor, I think he'll have a big impact for us. And then Logan Ellison, another starter this year, he can really shoot the ball. So look for that to come around as he kind of gets more comfortable on varsity. And then Carter Sorensen, who also started for us, kind of great defender, athletic kid, and, you know, can create for others. So I think those guys are going to continue to kind of find their role as they get more comfortable at the varsity level.
Okay. Now, you said you had played all 13 and that people are going to be competing for minutes. In your mind, what is kind of an ideal number of players to have in a rotation to keep a good flow to the game?
Yeah, for me, it's 7 or 8. I think by February, that's where we'll be. And that's just, I believe guys need, you know, significant minutes to get a rhythm. And so once you get to even 9, it gets kind of tough to do that. So whether it's spot minutes here or there, but we try to keep it at 7 or 8 from my opinions. Okay.
Now, when you look at the team you're facing on Tuesday, the Vermillion Tanagers, they've had 2 games. You know, one was Saturday, so you probably haven't had a chance to look at them too much in that one. Before that, just the game against South Sioux City. What are some things that they offer that you think pose some issues for you? And then on the other hand, what are some things that you believe are some advantages you can take care of?
Yeah, I did watch both games, and two very different games. South Sioux City really turned up the pressure, and it was fast-paced, man-to-man, and then, Crofton kind of went into the zone, and both games were very different. But I do think they're, they lost a lot from the last couple of years. The Robinson kid has really impressed me. He's aggressive, and he can kind of get to where he wants to on the floor, great at changing pace. So, we're going to have to contain him, and that's something we've talked about. And just handling their press. We turned it over 16 times against Parkston, and that's just too many. So I think that'll be the big question for us is can we handle that press without turning it over? And, we worked on that a lot since then, so hopefully we can handle that a little better. And otherwise, I just think, if we slow the game down and keep it close, it's a game that we can have a shot at the end, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. Well, great. Now, with just the one game under your belt, what are some benchmarks? I know winning is the ultimate goal, but aside from that, what are some benchmarks that you set for your team where you want to see that progression from game 1 to game 2?
Yeah, well, I just mentioned turnovers, and that was the biggest one for me. I preach defense, and we held them to 40 points. You turn the ball over 16 times, and you hold a team to 40 points, so you're playing pretty good defense, but it's a game you should be able to win, So for me, it's eliminate those turnovers and, just guys finding their roles is another benchmark. It's kind of hard to judge that, but when you see it, there's a lot of new guys playing, and hopefully they figure out what their role on the team is as we go into Christmas break here.
Well, great. Well, Coach, that's all I have for you. Anything else you want to say to the people listening out there? Hopefully we'll have some Tri-Valley people listening if they're not able to make it in, depending upon the weather. It's supposed to be a bit chilly tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, no, it's going to be a little cold, but hopefully a lot of people can make it out. It'll be our first home game of the year, so big crowd is always fun to create that environment, so we'll try and go out and get a win.
Well, Coach, I want to thank you so much for the time. Best of luck tomorrow, and you have yourself a great rest of your day.
Hey, you too. Thank you.
That was Coach Brandon Federal of the Tri-Valley Mustangs here on our Coaches Conversation. We'll be back after this 3-minute timeout here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
So I'm Lane Sawatsky from Yankton, South Dakota originally, and I'm the owner at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab. I love going out to the lake, visiting the river, kind of turned into a river rat here as of late. That's another thing you leave Yankton and you take for granted. All the years, all the days out on the lake, out on the river with buddies, and that's another great thing that I really missed, and another thing that kind of brought us back to is just being out on the water, absorbing some sunlight and hanging out.
Come thrive with us at yanktonsd.com.
You like your pizza pie? How about pizza from Pump and Pack? It's very good. And they have pizza by the slice, too. And, of course, breakfast pizza and pizza for lunch. Pump and Pack Pizza. So convenient for breakfast and for lunch. You'll find Pump and Pack and the tasty pizza on the west side of town under the big American flag on the corner of Stanford and West Cherry, Vermillion.
Johnson Feed has served the area for over 100 years with the goal to continue this local, family-owned business for the long haul. Johnson Feed is proud to be a part of the Vermillion community with a facility ready to repair, wash, and sell tires for all trucks and vehicles. Johnson Feed has room for drivers, too. If interested, contact the friendly folks at Johnson Feed. They have over 200 company trucks to deliver products throughout the country with over 35 company employees. Johnson Feed, 1218 Compton Court, north side of the Highway 50 bypass, Vermillion.
At Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion, they strive to provide the highest quality patient-centered dental care in a friendly, relaxing atmosphere. Knutson Family Dentistry works hard to provide the best cosmetic, general, and emergency dental treatment in the area. With over 50 years of combined dental experience, the latest dental technology, and a professional and compassionate staff, they're your top choice for dental care. Call for an appointment at 605-857-8008. Knutson Family Dentistry of Vermillion.
You you can feel beautiful in your own skin. Candies Couture offers intimates to make you feel your best. Whether you want to feel beautiful for a night or you just want to feel frisky. Candies Couture also offers mastectomy bras, prosthetics, and nursing bras. Candies Couture, 17 West Main Street, Vermillion. We are beautiful in every aspect life throws at us.
Here's what people say about Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford. One customer, quote, absolutely fantastic service. Another, Mike and Dan Carlson have a great family business. One more, we've been going to the shop since we've moved to town. Quality repair for reasonable money. For all your vehicle needs, count on Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford and check them out on Facebook.
Bring it down to Carlson's Body Shop, your complete car care center.
Well, we are back here at the Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium in Colton, South Dakota. There's about 4 minutes remaining until introductions and tip-off. You live, you learn. I'm not going to have time to play Coach Drake's interview. I apologize. I went long. It's my first year doing this and kind of my first real doubleheader. I apologize. So I will not be, unfortunately, be able to play Coach Drake's interview. We will have that available on our website. Maybe I'll try to play it later. But so we'll just kind of preview, for Tri-Valley, they've only had the chance to play the one game, the loss against Parkston. They were led in that game by Noah Haynes. And Haynes is a 6'3" senior guard, and he ended up with 17 points on the evening. Just double checking here. Yeah, he ended up with 17 points on the evening in 31 minutes. And the rest of the team was led by Carter Sorensen with 5, Logan Ellison with 3, Wingen with 3, Trey Johnson with 3. Trey Johnson got in foul trouble. Trey Johnson is, as you heard with Coach Federal, he's a 6'6" player down there. And so he can create a difference, but he only ended up playing 13 minutes for the Mustangs in their first game. As we have mentioned before, Vermillion, when we did talk with Coach Drake, we're going to be led by the three leaders of this team, led by Zone Robinson. In his first 2 games, Zone Robinson is averaging 18 points a game. He's also averaging 9.5 rebounds, as well as 2 steals. So he's just really become a really complete player in his first opportunity at starting. He's one of the captains, as well as Carter Skogsberg. Skogsberg is averaging 7 points a game, also averaging 9.5 rebounds per game. The second leading scorer on the team is Carter Hansen. Hansen is averaging 14 points a game, followed by Wyatt Gestring. Gestring is averaging 6.5 points a game on the season, 1 rebound per game. He's also just averaging kind of a glue out there. So your starting 5 has been Zone Robinson, Carter Hansen, Wyatt Gestring, Carter Skogsberg, and it's usually been Ethan Kerner. We'll see if that's the case tonight. And as we know, Vermillion is 1-1. They lost their first game to South Sioux by a score of 62-50. And then they won their second game against Crofton by a score of 54-24. By a score of 54-24.
All right, ready for the second.
So we are getting ready for the introduction of the starters. And as we mentioned,
First of all, your starting lineup for the Vermillion Tanagers.
starting for Vermillion, you have number 14, 5'10" senior guard Ethan Kerner.
And another guard spot is 6'1" junior.
The 6'1" junior captain Zone Robinson, leading scorer on the team. 6'2" guard forward combo Carter Hansen, who's a sophomore. 6'2" guard forward senior Wyatt Gestring. And then finally, at forward, a 6'4" senior forward, Carter Skogsberg.
First of all, our boys basketball cheerleaders. We have Jocelyn Bakken.
So the Vermillion going with their traditional starting five tonight of Ethan Kerner, Zone Robinson, Carter Hansen, Wyatt Gestring, and Carter Skogsberg. Those five will see significant playing time. There is a rotation of about 8 players.
Future Mustang water bowlers for tonight's game, Peyton and Gannon Buller.
Introducing the future Mustang Water Boys for the Tri-Valley Mustangs.
Tri-Valley Mustangs. And a guard, a 6-foot senior, number 3, Braden Oyen.
Led by 6-foot senior Braden Oyen.
And another guard spot, 5'10" junior,
Number 4, 5'10" junior Logan Ellison.
At guard, a 5'11" junior, number 23, Carter Sorensen.
Carter Sorensen, a 5'11" junior.
A 6'3" senior, number 33, Noah Haynes.
And 6'3" senior Noah Haynes. Then finally, a 6'6" junior in Trey Johnson. So Braden Oyen, Logan Ellison, Carter Sorensen, Noah Haynes, and Trey Johnson will be your starters for the Tri-Valley Mustangs. So we're getting ready to tip off here in the first quarter of the Tri-Valley Mustangs as they host the Vermillion Tanagers in boys basketball. That'll be Skogsberg and Johnson tipping it off for the Mustangs and the Tanagers. And here we go. Skogsberg won the tip, retrieved by Wyatt Gestring. Gestring over to Carter Hansen at the top of the key. Hansen over to Zone Robinson, brings it back. Kicks it out to Gestring. Gestring for 3. Oh, rebound by Skogsberg up, and he is fouled early. And that foul is by Noah Haynes, I believe. Yeah, Noah Haynes, who scored 17 points for the Mustangs in their Game 1 loss to Parkston. He's the one player they probably do not want to get into foul trouble. Trey Johnson got in foul trouble last week, and that hurt them. First free throw by Skogsberg is short. We're 18 seconds in. Skogsberg with his second free throw attempt. And that is good. That is good. He made the adjustment. So bring the ball up is Noah Haynes. Haynes over to Carter Sorensen. Back to Haynes, trying to get it past the midcourt line. Down to Trey Johnson in the lower right corner. Johnson looks to pass over to Haynes at the top of the key. Haynes for 3, and that is good. Haynes with the three-pointer. So 3-1 lead for Tri-Valley. Carter Hansen over to Ethan Kerner. Kerner over to Hansen, down low to Zone Robinson. Robinson drives in and passes it to Skogsberg, who's unable to handle the pass. So retrieved by Haynes. Haynes brings the ball up. We are 1 minute in. Haynes down low to Braden Oyen. Oyen up for 2. Quick timeout by Jay Drake. And that is a full timeout. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5. Nope. Just a 30-second timeout. Just a 30-second timeout. We'll be back in 30 seconds here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
What's worse than having to spend all day at the laundromat? A lot of them are hot, sticky, and smell bad. In Vermillion, you want to avoid that situation. Yuck. Eastgate Maytag Laundry is super clean and open 24 hours a day. Eastgate has super giant 60-pound washers and giant 70-pound dryers to make your wash day fly by. Eastgate is also located near many local restaurants if you want to grab a quick bite. Next time your laundry is piled up, pile into Eastgate Maytag Laundry, located next to Jimmy John's on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
So Vermillion inbounds the ball to Carter Hansen. Hansen brings the ball up over to Ethan Kerner on the left-hand side. Kerner to Gestring on the right-hand side. Gestring looking for someone to give the ball to. Down to Skogsberg at the top of the key, or at the top of the lane. Gestring over to Hansen. Hansen out to Kerner. Kerner over to Zone Robinson at the top of the key. Zone for 3. Oh, that is just off. but rebounded by Skogsberg. Over to Hansen. Hansen for two. Nice two-point shot by Carter Hansen. Makes it 5-3 Tri-Valley with 6:15 remaining here in the first quarter. And that steals by Carter Hansen. Vermillion looks to tie or take the lead here early in the first quarter. 2 minutes gone. Hansen out to Gestring. Gestring over to Robinson. Robinson drives. And Robinson is fouled by Carter Sorensen. That is his first foul. Team's second. So with 5:55 remaining, Hansen inbounds to zone Robinson. Robinson looks to drive baseline. Can't find anything. Looking for someone to give the ball to. Has the ball knocked out of his hands. And that is taken by Braden Oyen. Oyen brings the ball up quickly. Drives. Leans in. And they are going to call a foul on Vermillion. On 32 on Wyatt Gestring. I thought he had position, but official has disagreed with me. So Oyen to shoot two. First free throw is up, and it is no good. Here's the second free throw. It is up, and it is good. 6-3 Tri-Valley leads with 5:41 remaining here in the first quarter. Carter Hansen brings the ball up to Gestring on the right-hand side. Gestring looking for someone to get the ball to. Over to Hansen at the top of the key. Hansen looks, drives, and does shoot. His shot is just a little off, but the foul is on Carter Sorensen. And that is Sorensen's second foul, third team foul. So Hansen goes to the line with Vermillion trailing 6-3. First free throw is up. First free throw is good for Carter Hansen. Makes the score 6-4 with 5:27 remaining here in the first quarter. Second free throw. That is also good. 6-5. Vermillion has cut the lead to 1. So here's Ellison. Ellison over to Sorensen, and Sorensen walked, and they caught that. It's a quick turnover for Tri-Valley. Vermillion has a chance to take the lead as Hansen brings the ball up. It's Hansen, Sorensen, Gestring, Kerner, and Skogsberg. Kerner drives, takes to the right-hand side, down to Skogsberg, just off the block. Skogsberg backs his defenders down. And that was a job of defense by the Mustangs. Noah Haynes, and they're going to call Skogsberg for a foul. Again, I thought Skogsberg had position, but guess they'll just need to be aware, make sure it's called the other way as well. So Noah Haynes goes up to the line for two. First free throw is up. First free throw is good. That gives Haynes here's the second free throw, and that is also good. So 8-5, Tri-Valley leads Vermillion here with 4:48 remaining in the first quarter. Hansen at the top of the key, over to zone Robinson on the right. Robinson fakes, takes it to the free throw line, gets it over to Kerner on the left, drives and is fouled. Fouled by Braden Oyen, that is his first team foul, fourth team foul. So Kerner for his first free throw off the back iron. Here comes his second shot. Kerner's second shot is good. So that takes us to 8-6 with the Tri-Valley lead. Trey Johnson over to Noah Haynes. Haynes looks to get it over to Oyen. Oyen on the left-hand side looks to drive. Kicks it out to Logan Ellison. Ellison for three, no good. Rebound, Zone Robinson. Robinson sets up the offense. Gets it off to Kerner. Kerner brings it back to the top of the key. Kerner gets it over to Gestring. Gestring for three, yes! And Vermillion leads 9-8 on a three-pointer by Wyatt Gestring. All right, Logan Ellison over to Trey Johnson. Johnson back to Carter Sorensen. Sorensen over to Oyen. Oyen brings it back to Johnson on the three-point line. Sorensen in the lower right corner. Brings it back up. Oyen at the top of the key. Defended by Robinson. Oyen gets it down to Noah Haynes. Drives the baseline. Unable to find anything. Oyen, and that, no travel called on the pivot, but he still missed the shot. Rebound to Skogsberg. Gets it out to Zone Robinson. Robinson drives and is unable to connect. So Carter Sorensen, 3:15 remaining. Vermillion leads 9-8. Carter Sorensen brings the ball up on the left-hand side. Over to Oyen down in the left corner. Skip pass to Haynes. Haynes for three, and that is good. Gives Tri-Valley the lead at 11-1 with exactly 3 minutes remaining. Robinson brings the ball up. Over to Hanson on the left-hand side. Down in the corner to Kerner. Back up to the left-hand side to Zone Robinson. Back down the corner to Kerner. Kerner brings it back around, drives the lane, gets it into Hanson. And Hanson is fouled by Noah Haynes on the floor. But that is Haynes' second foul. That is Haynes' second foul. And Haynes leads with 8 points for Tri-Valley. So coming in for Vermillion, you have Landon Cerny, Connor Rohrig, and Colt Wheaton. So Robinson into Hanson. Hanson back to Robinson down on the block. Turnaround jump shot, unable to connect. That shot by Connor Rohrig is blocked. They're allowing a lot of physicality down there. So Zone Robinson looks to inbound the ball. Hanson on the right-hand side. Kicks it back out to Zone Robinson. Rohrig on the left-hand side. Robinson at the top of the key. Rohrig on the left-hand side for three, and that is off. Noah Haynes with the rebound. Brings the ball up. Drives in. Colt Wheaton with the rebound and is fouled by Alex Wingen. That's Alex Wingen's first foul. Levi Langloss comes in for Trey Johnson. Holden Rise came in for Braden Oyen. So Carter Hanson brings the ball up. Tri-Valley has 16 fouls here in the first quarter with 2 minutes remaining. Zone Robinson on the left-hand side. Looks to drive, unable to see anything. Carter Hanson look to take the three. Robinson for three, and that is good! Vermillion with a 12-11 lead on Robinson's first points of the evening. So Noah Haynes over to Carter Sorensen. Sorensen down to Holden Rise. Rise over to Haynes. Oyen drives. With I guess they're going to call it a Euro step. Makes it 13-12 with 1:25 remaining. Zone Robinson out to Cerny. Cerny over to Hanson. Hanson for three. Unable to connect, but Connor Rohrig with the rebound. And he is fouled by Holden Rise, I believe. Nope, 25. Alex Wingen. That's Wingen's second in just a few minutes. That was me in 6th grade. I was the foul machine. Give me 3 minutes and I can foul out. So coming in is Trey Johnson and Logan Ellison, leaving Ellison, Johnson, Langloss, Rise, and Wingen on the court. Here's Connor Rohrig's first free throw. Off the back iron. Tri-Valley leads 13-12 with 1:12 remaining. Logan Ellison, Trey Johnson from the elbow for two, and that is good. Trey Johnson's first points of the evening. Makes it 15-12 with a minute remaining. Zone Robinson over to the left to Carter Hansen. Hansen drives the lane. And they are going to call a foul on Levi Langloss. That is the 8th team foul here in the first quarter with 50 seconds remaining. That'll put Carter Hansen on the line for a 1-and-1. Hansen's first free throw is good. Makes the score 15-13. And again, on the court for Vermillion, Colt Wheaton, Zone Robinson, Carter Hansen, Landon Cerny, and Connor Rohrig. Here's Carter Hansen's second free throw. That is up. That is good. Makes the score 15-14, 50 seconds remaining. Here's Alex Wingen. Over to Trey Johnson on the left-hand side. Back to Wingen, and Wingen travels. Wingen is not having a good first quarter. A couple of fouls, a couple of turnovers. So Vermillion, with 41 seconds remaining in this first quarter, looks to try to regain the lead. Rohrig into Hansen. Hansen brings the ball up across the center court. Brings it down to the left-hand side of the three-point line. Over to Cerny. Oh, and that miscommunication will lead to an over-and-back turnover. So 28.8 seconds remaining. Shot clock is off. Tri-Valley with a 15-14 lead. Inbounding is Wingen. Wingen into Logan Ellison. Wingen at the top of the key. Over to Trey Johnson. Back to the top of the key. Trey Johnson looks to drive and off the backboard. Makes the score 17-14. 16 seconds remaining. Vermillion will play for the final shot. Looking to get it within one or tie. Robinson sets up the offense. Tried to get it into Tweeton. Unsuccessful. Stolen by Hansen. 1 second remaining, and he is fouled by Levi Langloss. What? So they're not calling a foul. Not sure what they called on that. They didn't call anything, unfortunately. Wingen looks to bring it in. And that is 5 seconds. A turnover for Tri-Valley. Yet, time came off the clock somehow. The Vermillion fans will let the refs know when they're wrong. And they've been wrong a couple of times tonight, so half a second. Rohrig will try to get it in, try to get a shot off. Here's the shot. No good by Carter Hansen. So, after one quarter, Tri-Valley leads Vermillion by the score of 17-14 on our Carlson's Body Shop scoreboard. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Let's be real. Insurance is complicated. Policies are confusing. The options are endless and hard to compare. This is where Fishback Insurance Agency comes in. We are an independent local agency that compares providers and finds you the best policy at the best price for home, auto, business, farm, life, health, and more. How's that for a plan? Contact us for a free quote at fishbackinsurance.com. Insurance products are not deposits and may lose value. They're not bank guaranteed or insured by FDIC or any government agency.
Runnings in Vermillion is here for you to lean on like a trusted friend. We work hard each day to stock our shelves with brands and products that are built for value and purpose. Running sells a wide selection of trusted brands of sporting goods, men and women's clothing featuring Carhartt and Wrangler. There's footwear, pet supplies, housewares, tools, farm supplies, lawn and garden supplies, toys, and outdoor equipment. Additionally, this store is an authorized dealer of Honda power equipment. Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
Back here at Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium, where Tri-Valley leads Vermillion 17-14 on our Carlson's Body Shop scoreboard. Possession arrow to Tri-Valley. They inbound. Haynes over to Oyen. Oyen over to Sorensen. Sorensen back to Logan Ellison. Oyen, that is knocked away by Zone Robinson, recovered by Oyen. That is a charge on Braden Oyen. That is his second foul, 9th team foul. So that is Oyen's second personal, 9th team. Inbounding for Vermillion is Wyatt Gestring into Carter Hansen. Hansen brings it across the center court line. Pulls off the pick from Wyatt Gestring down to Skogsberg on the block. Skogsberg backs in his player. And that is rebounded by Johnson. They're calling a foul on Ethan Kerner. So that's Kerner's first personal. 3rd team foul. So here's Carter Sorensen. Sorensen down to Ellison. Ellison out to Trey Johnson at 3. 3-point attempt for Johnson is off. Rebound Zone Robinson. Robinson looks to bring it up down to Wyatt Gestring in the lower right corner. Gestring for 3. No good, but rebounded by Kerner. Up and no good. But foul on Ellison will be Ellison's first. Team's 10th. So either way, we're shooting 2. Vermillion is in the double bonus for the next 7 minutes of the half. So Ethan Kerner at the line. Shoots the first free throw is no good. Kerner's second free throw is up, and it is just off the right-hand side. Rebounded by Sorensen, given up to Haynes. Haynes brings it up, looks to drive. Brings it back to the top of the key, over to Sorensen on the right-hand side. Ellison down in the lower right corner. Drives on Kerner, kicks it back out to Sorensen on the right-hand side. Top of the key to Oyen. Oyen to the left-hand side to Trey Johnson. Johnson, Carter Sorensen, and that is good with a 2-point jumper for Sorensen. Makes the score 19-14 with 6:41 remaining here in the second quarter. Zone Robinson brings the ball up. Kicks it over to Carter Hansen on the left-hand side, down to Kerner, the lower left corner. Kerner brings it all the way around, and he is fouled by Oyen, and that is Oyen's third. Third foul for Braden Oyen here in the second quarter. So Kerner will go to the line for 2. So Kerner's first free throw is long off the back iron. That's 3 in a row that Kerner has missed. Hoping free throws aren't an issue because we're going to get plenty of them here. Kerner's second free throw is just off. Rebound by Skogsberg, put back up, and that is in. 2-pointer for Carter Skogsberg off the rebound. 19-16, Tri-Valley leads Vermillion. Carter Sorensen over to Haynes. Haynes back to Sorensen. Sorensen down low to Logan Ellison. And Ellison travels. And the Vermillion Tanager crowd gives them a round of applause that they finally called it. As Carter Hansen brings the ball up. 6:07 and counting here in the second quarter. Hansen hands off to Zone Robinson at the top of the key. Over to Kerner on the right-hand side. Down low to Carter Hansen. Hansen brings it up. And rebound by Skogsberg off the miss. Put back by Skogsberg for another 2 points. Makes the score 19-18. Vermillion's back within 1. 5:45 remaining. Here's Haynes getting it across the line. Ellison down low. Haynes for 3, and that is good. Makes the score 22-18. Hansen brings the ball up. Robinson on the left-hand side. Over to Hansen. Hansen for 3, and that is, ooh, I thought that was going to be good. And that is off Vermillion. So with the score 22-18, ball goes into Tri-Valley with 5:11 remaining. Coming in for Vermillion is Trillian Sorrell. Coming out is Zone Robinson. Haynes into Braden Oyen. Oyen drives. The top of the key. Over to Trey Johnson. Johnson shoots. Rebound by Carter Hansen. Hansen drives off. Coast to coast for Carter Hansen. Off the backboard. Makes it 22-20. Haynes over to Sorensen. Sorensen down to Johnson. Johnson looks to drive. Kicks it out to Oyen. And Oyen travels. It's going to be a long night if they do finally start calling these travels on Tri-Valley. So Connor Rohrig comes in for Ethan Kerner. So that puts Gestring, Hansen, Rohrig, Skogsberg, and Sorrell out there for Vermillion, with Haynes, Sorensen, Johnson, Gacky, and Oyen out there for Tri-Valley. And they're going to get Noah Haynes for his third foul. Haynes is third personal, 12th team foul. So Carter Hansen goes to the line for the double bonus. Looks to tie it up. So Haynes and Oyen both have 3 fouls here in the second quarter. First free throw by Hansen is good. In comes Levi Langloss and Alex Wingen for Trey Johnson and Carter Sorensen. So Noah Haynes stays out there with his 3 fouls. So Carter Hansen for his second free throw is short. And Sorrell fouls Levi Langloss. That's Sorrell's first, 4th team here in the first half. So Haynes brings the ball up. Looks over to Oyen. Oyen down to Langloss. Langloss drives down the baseline. Skogsberg steals it, but it steps on the line as he tries to recover it. So 27 seconds on the shot clock, 4:12 in the quarter. Zone Robinson comes in for Wyatt Gestring. So it's Zone Robinson, Rohrig, Sorrell, Hansen, and Skogsberg. Haynes for 3, and that is off the back iron. Rebound by Carter Hansen. Hansen outlet pass to Zone Robinson, down to Sorrell, back out to Zone Robinson for 3, just short. But Zone Robinson gets the rebound into Skogsberg. Skogsberg down low, and that is good! That gives Vermillion the lead, and there will be an and 1 on the foul. Foul was on Levi Langloss, his second. So in comes Carter Sorensen for Noah Haynes. So Vermillion takes the lead at 23-22 with 3:52 remaining here in the second quarter. Skogsberg's free throw is good. Makes the score 24-22. Oyen over to Carter Sorensen. Back over to Gacky. And that, they're saying that went off Vermillion. So Alex Wingen to inbound, along with Oyen, Sorensen, Gacky, and Langloss. So Wingen over to Oyen. Oyen down to Langloss on the lower right corner. Langloss looks to drive, guarded by Skogsberg. Deflects the shot, rebound to Rohrig, and they're calling him for a travel when he was pushed. I'm sorry to sound so exasperated, but there's frustration. So Carter Sorensen to inbound, gets it to Wingen. Wingen guarded by Hansen. Wingen over to Sorensen, guarded by Rohrig. Back to Wingen. Wingen over to Gacky. Nope, sorry, Holden Rise. Now to Sorensen. Sorensen over to Wingen. Wingen drives, spins, shoots, in and out, rebounded by Skogsberg. And Carter Hansen will bring the ball up with 2:54 remaining. Vermillion leads 24-22, which is their biggest lead of the game. Robinson for three, and that is off. I think they're going to call Sorrell for his second personal, sixth team. Nope, they're calling it on. Yeah, they're calling it on Sorrell. I thought they said 33, and I'm like, they don't have one, but that's Sorrell's second foul, fifth team foul. So bringing the ball up for Tri-Valley is Sorensen. Down to Rise, over to Wingen. Back to Rise over to Gacky. Gacky over to Sorensen. Levi Langloss with the drive. Over to Rise. Gacky for three, and that is short. And Langloss was hit with his third foul. So 24-22, 2:18 remaining. Vermillion leads. Carter Skogsberg will go to the line to shoot two. First free throw is up. First free throw is good. 25-22, that is Vermillion's biggest lead. Now Trey Johnson comes in for Levi Langloss. Trey Johnson is a difference maker. 6'6", can shoot from the outside. Here's Skogsberg. Second free throw is good. Puts Vermillion up 4, 26-22, 2:18 and counting. Here comes Alex Wingen. Coming in will be Logan Ellison at the next stoppage. Connor Rohrig with a nice deflection. 26 seconds remaining on the shot clock for Tri-Valley. So Logan Ellison comes in for Tegan Gacky. Inbounding will be Alex Wingen. Gets it into Carter Sorensen, guarded by Connor Rohrig. Trey Johnson at the top of the key for three, off the back iron, rebounded by Zone Robinson. Zone brings it in with under 2 minutes remaining here in the second quarter. Zone Robinson unable to handle the pass. That is the second over and back turnover for Vermillion. Kind of like in football, didn't look the pass in before he was ready to run. I think Zone was ready to take that to the rim. Carter Sorensen into Alex Wingen, brings it across the timeline. Over to Rise, brings it back to the top of the key to Ellison. Ellison to the left-hand side to Wingen. Wingen goes up with a shot. They're going to call a blocking foul on Skogsberg. I believe that is Skogsberg's second personal, sixth team. Wingen goes to the line to shoot two. First free throw is no good. Cole Tweeten comes in for Carter Skogsberg. Carter's been an animal on the boards, defensively, taking on some of those bigger guys down there. Cole Tweeten comes in. Here's the second free throw for Wingen, and that one is good. 26-23, Vermillion leads Tri-Valley. So on the court for Vermillion, Hansen, Rohrig, Robinson, Tweeten, and Cerny. So Robinson over to Rohrig. Defended by Rise. Hansen at the top of the key now. Robinson on the right. Defended by Sorensen. Rohrig tries to drive. Gives it off to Zone Robinson. Robinson stops and jumps. Hansen with the rebound. Put back is short. Alex Wingen brings the ball up for Tri-Valley. Over to Ellison. Ellison drives. They're going to call a foul on Logan Cerny. Landon Cerny. That is Landon's first personal, seventh team. Puts him in the bonus for a 1-on-1, but it was a foul on a shot, so Ellison will go shoot two. First free throw is good. Makes the score 26-24. Second free throw is also good. Vermillion leads with a minute remaining, 26-25. Hansen brings the ball up. Hansen gives off to Rohrig. on the left-hand side. Rohrig over to Hansen on the right-hand side. Gets it down to Zone Robinson. Into Hansen. Hansen from the right-hand side with the jumper, and that is good. Makes it 28-25 with 40 seconds remaining. Ball's brought up by Carter Sorensen. 4-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Over to Wingen on the right-hand side. Trey Johnson at the top of the key. Looks to drive, brings it in. And they're going to call a foul on Cole Tweeten. Nope, called it on Rohrig. I didn't know Connor was even there, but okay. So that's Rohrig's first personal, I believe. Free throw by Trey Johnson, no good. Second one coming up, 28-25. Vermillion leads with 23 seconds remaining. Second free throw by Johnson is good, so 28-26 with 22.8 seconds remaining. Shot clock is off. Vermillion will play for the final shot. With Rohrig at the top of the key, 10 seconds. Hansen on the right-hand side at the three-point line, drives in. Looks to put it up, and it is good for Carter Hansen as the buzzer goes. Vermillion leads 30-26 at halftime. We'll be back with our Carlson's Body Shop halftime show here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Watching high school sports with Fuller Digital Solutions is convenient and free. Check out the Fuller Digital Solutions live stream on YouTube for area high school sports. Watch right from the comfort of your couch. And have you thought about advertising during the Fuller Digital Solution live streams? Thousands of viewers could see your business. Email fullerdigitalsolutions@gmail.com if you're interested. Bringing live high school sports streaming to you, Fuller Digital Solutions. Look us up on YouTube.
Last week, a guy walked into the UPS store in Vermillion. He did not notice the copiers, the printers, the mailboxes, the banners, the posters, not even the business and shipping supplies. It was like he had blinders on. Hi, this is Jay with the UPS store in Vermillion. Many people don't see everything we have to offer when they stop by the UPS store to ship their packages. They miss all the things we have, like printing, designing. We even offer notary services here at the UPS store, located on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
What's worse than having to spend all day at the laundromat? A lot of them are hot, sticky, and smell bad. In Vermillion, you want to avoid that situation. Yuck. Eastgate Maytag Laundry is super clean and open 24 hours a day. Eastgate has super giant 60-pound washers and giant 70-pound dryers to make your wash day fly by. Eastgate is also located near many local restaurants if you want to grab a quick bite. Next time your laundry is piled up, pile into Eastgate Maytag Laundry, located next to Jimmy John's on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Okay, we are back here at Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium here in Colton, South Dakota. And for halftime, we also have Coach John Brooks of the Vermillion Tanagers, whose girls were victorious, winning their third game of the season tonight. Coach Brooks, that was quite a game.
Yeah, actually right away in the first quarter, I thought we came out pretty good. And then defensively, throughout the first half, things continue to unravel a little bit. We weren't quite there defensively, not playing with enough energy. Our rotations were bad in our zone, and we were giving up way too many open looks. And on top of that, we were getting out-rebounded, out-hustled. And it's one of those games that you're a little nervous about because you're on the road right before Christmas break. Tough place to play, and you see Tri-Valley's record as 0-2, but as coaches, we know how good they are, and sometimes kids don't always understand that. So I was really happy with the way our girls rebounded in the second half, though.
Yeah, the second half, you guys really seemed to settle down. Ava Pearson really did make a difference out there for Tri-Valley. When she was out there, it seemed really difficult for some of even the inside shots, the 2, 3, 4, 5 footers. She was just able to be almost everywhere. And number 30, and her name's escaping me right now, for Tri-Valley as well, seemed to create some matchup issues. But yeah, seems like at half you guys were able to make those adjustments that you needed and slowly pull away maybe even took care of the ball a little bit more. Seemed like some of the passes were a little crisper, and you weren't I don't know if it was underestimating or misjudging how fast they were or the length that they had. Was that something that you noticed?
You know, yeah, Pearson does a great job inside for them. I mean, we told our girls you can't get pinned by her. If she pins you, she's a really good finisher, and she was able to get to her spots in the first half. But, you know, we wanted to keep pressing, keep making her run, keep making them get up and down the floor. And, you know, really the halftime speech, it had nothing to do with X's and O's. It just had to do with effort and competing and those types of things, and our girls did that in the second half.
They really did. And, you know, again, another team effort, another 4 girls in double figures. You know, not just one player that you said, okay, this was our leader, and the rest kind of filled in the gaps. You had 4 players that in double figures. You had, again, the Cleveland girls just being everywhere. Rigneris just kind of everywhere. And Claire Doty getting some rebounds there that, you know, coming away with it when you didn't think she would. So, again, I really thought it was another team effort, especially in the second half. Something that you can really build upon as you keep moving forward. You have West Central coming up as kind of a great way to go into your Christmas break.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought our offensive second half was really good. We moved the ball way better in the second half than we did the first half, and did a really good job of getting the ball inside, which is something we did not do in the first half. So offensively, you know, we feel like we can get 3 to 4 kids in double figures every night. When we do, we're pretty tough to stop on offense, and Claire's never going to admit it. So, but she wasn't even in practice yesterday. She's been struggling, trying to get herself healthy. She came down with a little sickness the other day, and like I said, she's not committed, but she was not 100% tonight, and she kind of battled through it. And I think that she wasn't too happy about herself missing those open threes, because those are usually shots she makes. So, but the nice thing with our team, even if somebody's a little off, somebody else usually steps up and picks them up, and really happy with that.
Yeah, no, she did a really nice job tonight. Well, Coach, I know you guys have things you want to do, but thank you so much for stopping in to talk with us tonight, and have a great Christmas, and have a great break, and we will see you at the next game.
All right, that sounds good. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks. That was Coach John Brooks of the Vermillion Lady Tanagers. We'll be back after this 90-second break with the rest of our Carlson's Body Shop halftime show here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Few facts about Larry's Heating and Cooling. Heating and cooling business for over 40 years. A premier Lennox and factory authorized carrier dealer. On-the-spot financing. Emergency service anytime, any day. Comfort Care Club to help keep your HVAC system running at top performance, which saves you money. A sales department that knows the product inside and out. 2 locations, Yankton and Vermillion. Those are the facts. Who you gonna call? Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermillion. Online, larrysheatingandcooling.com.
Traveling to Vermillion for Tanager football, basketball, or just traveling through? The Red Roof Inn in Vermillion is a place to stay, offering great rates, clean rooms with an awesome continental breakfast. Red Roof Inn does whatever it takes to make guests feel comfortable, making your trip the best possible. And furry friends stay for free. Located on Cherry Street in the heart of Vermillion. Call the Red Roof Inn in Vermillion to make your reservation.
Hy-Vee makes grocery shopping easy with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Just order online, schedule a pickup or delivery time, then leave the shopping to us. Download the new Hy-Vee Aisles Online app or go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. It's easy to create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Plus, with Hy-Vee Aisles Online, pickup is free on orders over $30, and delivery is free with the membership. Save time. Shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online.
We are back here at the Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium on our Carlson's Body Shop halftime show. With about 2 minutes remaining in the half. In the first half, with Vermillion leading 30-26 in the first half for Tri-Valley, Braden Oyen with 5, Logan Ellison with 2, Carter Sorensen with 2, Noah Haynes with 11, Trey Johnson with 5, and I'm missing 1. I think that's Levi Langloss had 1 point. And then for Vermillion, looks like the scoring is also missing about 2 there. Carter Skogsberg with 10. I believe that's Carter's first game in double figures this year. Wyatt Gestring with 3. Carter Hansen with 11. Zone Robinson with 3. And Ethan Kerner with 1. And I might confer with Jen to see if that seemed accurate to her. Was that fairly accurate?
I think so.
All right. So we're going to go off that. Right now, Vermillion does have 2 players in double figures, in Carter Hansen and Carter Skogsberg. It's kind of the Carter show. Then you have Carter Sorensen on the other side with only 2, so he's got to catch up, I guess. So 42 seconds remaining here at half. So we'll just keep it here on the Carlson's Body Shop halftime show. Looking for scores from around the state, if I can get there in time. Possession arrow does go to Vermillion, so Vermillion will be the one inbounding when we come back. So around the state, Parkston leads Parker 30-21 at half. Madison leads Dubrook area 72-41 with 4 minutes left to go in the game. Viborg Hurley leads Elk Point Jefferson 51-46 coming out of the third quarter. Wagner leading Menno 54-39 coming out of the third quarter. Canton over Alcester Hudson 64-37 with 2 minutes left in the fourth. Sioux Valley over Beersford 41-15 with 4 minutes left in the second. And no updates on other Class A games. So here we go. We're back at it. So Wyatt Gestring to inbound. It'll be Gestring, Robinson, Skogsberg, Hansen, and Kerner to start the game. Second half for Vermillion. Robinson, the top of the key, over to Hansen on the right-hand side. Hansen drives in, passes it around to Kerner. Kerner back to Robinson. Robinson drives. Eurostep just unable to connect. And unable to gather the rebound. Does hit the deck after hitting Trey Johnson, but no foul called. So, starting for Vermillion, Noah Haynes, Carter Sorensen, Trey Johnson, Braden Oyen, and Logan Ellison. And they're going to call Wyatt Gestring for a quick foul. That is Gestring's second personal, first team here in the second half. So Sorensen with the ball, over to Noah Haynes. Haynes calls over Trey Johnson. Johnson out to Logan Ellison at the top of the key. Ellison back out to Noah Haynes, who drives, kicks it back out to Oyen at the top of the key. Oyen drives in, kicks it out to Trey Johnson from the right-hand side. Air ball, but rebound by Noah Haynes. Haynes goes up and in and out. Rebounded by Carter Hansen. Carter Hansen is having himself a night. Zone Robinson over to Hansen. Hansen from the top of the key for 3. Oh, just short. Kerner harasses Carter Sorensen. Over to Braden Oyen. Oyen drives. Feels like they've been in makeup mode, trying to call fouls on Vermillion for a while now. That's a call on Zone Robinson. That's Robinson's first, second team. Johnson into Oyen. Oyen got too far under the basket. Rebound by Carter Hansen. Knocked out by Oyen. So Carter Hansen into Zone Robinson. Score 30-26. We're a minute and a half into the second quarter. Robinson got himself down on the block, trying to find something. Out to Gestring. Hansen down to Skogsberg, just off the block. Skogsberg backs him down, tries to get underneath. They are allowing Trey Johnson to just do whatever he wants down there. Into Noah Haynes. Haynes is off. And that'll be Haynes' fourth foul. Yep, that is Haynes' fourth foul here in the third quarter. So Gestring to inbound to Carter Hansen. That's the first team foul of the quarter for Tri-Valley. That'll bring in Alex Wingen, who's checking into the desk. Hansen around the top of the key, looks to drive, kicks it out to Ethan Kerner. Kerner pops from the right. Oh, just unable, but knocked away by Carter Hansen out to Zone Robinson. Robinson drives in, just off the back of the rim. Rebound to Zone Robinson. And he is fouled by Trey Johnson. I think that's Johnson's first personal, second team. Puts Zone Robinson on the line for two. There we go. Deadlock is broken. First points of the second half. 31-26. In comes Mason Rise for Noah Haynes. Also comes in Logan Ellison comes out as Alex Wingen comes in. Zone Robinson's second free throw is also good. Puts Vermillion up by 6. So Braden Oyen brings it up. Loses control. Ethan Kerner picks it up. Kerner presses over to Gestring. Gestring back to Kerner. Kerner over to Robinson at the top of the key. Robinson brings it around to the right-hand side. Kerner brings it back into the lane. Carter Hansen on the left-hand side. Here's a three for Hansen, just off the front of the rim. Rebound by Carter Sorensen. Sorensen brings it up with Vermillion leading 32-26. 5:06 remaining here in the third quarter. Oyen on the left-hand side. Gives off to Trey Johnson. Johnson drives in. Looks to shoot over Skogsberg. Skogsberg stood his ground and Johnson missed. Here's Zone Robinson bringing it down to Carter Hansen. Over to Skogsberg. Skogsberg up and good for his 12th points of the game. Mason Rise over to Wingen. Over to Sorensen on the left-hand side. Sorensen brings it back to the top of the key. Mason Rise down low to Wingen. Wingen brings it back into the lane. No travel called, no push-up. Here's Sorensen for three. That is just off the front of the rim. And they are going to get Johnson for his second foul. Second personal, third team. Coming in for Kerner is Trillian Sorrell. So that puts Sorrell, Skogsberg, Hansen up, and we have a full timeout. So with 4:18 remaining here in the third quarter, Vermillion leads by 8, 34-26. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
I'm Kevin Melm, store manager at Yankton Slumberland. So interior design, we like to take the ordinary and make it extraordinary. People don't realize that taking a sofa and just by adding a rug, accessories, pictures to really make the room pop with maybe some color. It's absolutely free. So if you need help, we can draw out your room, sketch your room, come to your home, and it's a free service, absolutely.
Interior design from Yankton Slumberland, 2401 Broadway Avenue.
Vermillion punts don't always know what a Tanager actually is. They just know that it must be tough. At the Vermillion Federal Credit Union, we find that many people don't actually know what a credit union is. We of course tell them that we are like a bank, except we are not-for-profit and member-owned, meaning profits are returned to you through less fees and better rates. So start saving by becoming a member of the Vermillion Federal Credit Union today. Member NCUA.
Okay, back here at Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium. 4:18, Vermillion leads, remaining in the third quarter. Vermillion leads 34-26. Carter Hansen with the ball. Carter is having himself a night. Off to Gestring at the top of the key. down to the right-hand corner to Sorrell. Zone Robinson on the right-hand side. Carter Hansen, top of the key, back to Zone Robinson. Robinson has 5 points on the night. Trillian Sorrell over to Robinson in the lane. Gestring for three. Oh! Almost, but rebounded by Sorrell. Sorrell puts it up. Blocked by Trey Johnson. Taken by Braden Oyen. Oyen gets it over to Sorensen. Soren to Mason Rise. Rise gets it to Trey Johnson in the lower right corner. Over to Wingen. Wingen back out to the top of the key to Oyen. Oyen looks to try to drive with a floater, and that is just off the back iron. Rebound by Carter Hansen. Hansen might be having himself close to a double-double tonight. Hansen kicks it over to Zone Robinson. Thought about the three. And how? Okay. Hansen in the lane off of Skogsberg. Wingen, or Carter Sorensen, and Sorensen lays it in. 34-28. Hansen into Gestring. Gestring back to Hansen. So Zone Robinson in the lane, down to Skogsberg, and Skogsberg is pushed by Carter Sorensen. That is Sorensen's third foul, fourth team foul. Coming in for Vermillion is Landon Cerny and Connor Rohrig for Trillian Sorrell and Wyatt Gestring. In for Tri-Valley, Holden Rise and Tegan Gackey for Mason Rise. So out there, Gackey, Johnson, Sorensen, Wingen, and Rise. Try to inbound to Carter Hansen. That is disrupted by Trey Johnson, the 6'6 player. So that is Gackey over to Sorensen. Sorensen down low to Johnson. Johnson tries to back down Skogsberg. Rise over to Wingen. Wingen down to Rise in the lower left corner. Johnson from the free throw line gets it down to Sorensen in the lower left corner. 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Skogsberg gets in the way of the pass. Out of bounds off Skogsberg, but Tri-Valley will have 5 seconds to get their shot off as Sorensen will be inbounding. Into Gackey. Gackey for three off the back iron. Rebound by Skogsberg. And he outlets it to Carter Hansen. Hansen brings it down the left-hand side of the lane. Over to Connor Rohrig on the right-hand side. Skogsberg in the lower right corner. Zone Robinson on the right-hand side. Pops and shot for Zone Robinson. Gackey out to Rise. Rise into Wingen. Wingen out to Sorensen. Sorensen for three. Nope. They're calling it a two. Sorensen tried to tell him it was a three, but they're calling it a two. Making it 34-30. Rohrig at the top of the key to Cerny. Cerny back to the top of the key. Right-hand side to Hansen. Left-hand side to Cerny. Right-hand side to Hansen. Hansen stops, shoots a floater, unable to get it. And there's a injury. Injury to Trey Johnson. Maybe a cramp. It's a cramp. We'll be back in 30 seconds here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
You want a lumber yard that delivers more. The Lumberyard Vermillion has been going strong in the same spot now for 53 years, helping you find the building solutions you need, offering new technology with old-fashioned friendly small town service, making the Lumberyard in Vermillion your building supply solution from start to finish.
Back here at Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium, where the trainer is still attending to Trey Johnson. We originally thought it might be a cramp, but I'm not quite sure. He's getting up very gingerly. Yeah, that seems like more than a cramp, unfortunately. I'm wondering if it was a knee. Oh, you hate to see that. Johnson is quite a player. He's a difference maker out there, and you never want to see somebody injured, but he's not stopping at the bench. They're taking him back to the training room. So with 1:09 remaining, Vermillion leads 34-30. Carter Sorensen, Alex Wingen, Holden Rise, Levi Langloss, and Tegan Gackey. And that is a shot by Carter Sorensen, makes it 34-32 with 54 seconds remaining. Hansen over to Rohrig at the top of the key. Cerny, skip pass to Hansen, left-hand side. Hansen brings it back in to Robinson in the lane. Rohrig on the left-hand side down to Skogsberg. Skogsberg backs in his defender. Knocked away by Wingen. Into Rohrig. Rohrig into Cerny. Cerny with a layup. 4-2 for Lyndon Cerny. His first two points makes it 36-32. Shot clock is off. 22 seconds remaining. So Carter Sorensen down to Gackey. Gackey back up to Sorensen. Back down to Gackey on the right-hand side. Steal by Landon Cerny. Cerny goes in. And he is fouled. Fouled by Holden Rise. That is his first foul. 5th team foul. Coming back in with 7.3 seconds remaining will be Noah Haynes. They did not call a foul on the shot. Interesting. Okay. So Carter Sorensen comes out. Noah Haynes comes in. Rohrig to inbound to zone Robinson. Robinson for 3 from the right-hand side. In and out. Tipped away by Rohrig. And now Skogsberg is down, holding his left knee. In almost the same exact area that Trey Johnson went down. So we'll step away for 1 minute here on ESPN Radio, 1015 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. With 1.5 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Vermillion leads 36-32.
When your crew is craving Pizza Ranch, it's easy to order online at pizzaranch.com. Online ordering makes it fast and easy to order craveable crispy ranch chicken or build your favorite pizza exactly how you like it. And now, for even more convenience, place your favorite order with just one tap. So when you're craving pizza or the country's best chicken, go to pizzaranch.com and start your order. For craveable food and convenient online ordering, there's so much to love at Pizza Ranch.
Hi, this is Chris Redrick.
And Jeff Sage.
And we are Kalen's Indoor Comfort Service Technician.
And lifelong resident.
Back here with 3.5 seconds remaining here on ESPN Radio 1015 AM 1570 KVTK. And a 30-second timeout called. So we'll be back. ESPN Radio 1015 AM 1570 KVTK. Live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, you know. So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
Back here, 3.5 seconds remaining. Vermillion looking to inbound the ball here at the end of the third quarter. Into zone Robinson. Robinson in the lane. Puts it up, and Joe. Good. So at the end of 3, Vermillion leads 36-32. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 1015 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Let me ask you something. What do you see when you look at your home and your car? Do you see a bundle, a combo deal? That's how other insurance companies see them, but a State Farm agent sees so much more, because a State Farm agent sees your home and your car as more than just 4 walls and 4 wheels, things you've really worked hard for. So why not give them the protection they deserve? Call your State Farm agent, Dick Sunday in Vermillion, 605-624-3392.
You've all heard of the Maytag Man, but have you heard of the Murph Man? He's your local Maytag service professional, delivering sparkling dishes, fresh clothing, and ice-cold milk with top-quality Maytag appliances. Or if your current appliance breaks down, he is on it. Murph, he's your man from Murph's Appliance in downtown Vermillion. Big city selection, small town service.
You'll find the Murph Man at Murph's Appliance in downtown Vermillion on Main Street.
Back here as we enter the fourth quarter, 8 minutes to determine a victor. Vermillion leads 36-32. Tri-Valley with first possession. Logan Ellison into Noah Haynes. Haynes at the top of the key, looks to drive. Haynes did not score in the third quarter. He has 4 fouls. Ellison drives in, and that is a charge on Logan Ellison. That is his second foul. Personal foul, 7th team foul. Maybe 6th team foul. Trillian Sorrell comes in. So now it's Sorrell, Skogsberg, who's limping significantly, but Skogsberg, Robinson, Sorrell, Gestring, and Hansen out there for Vermillion. With down to Skogsberg on the block, up to Gestring. Thought about the 3, kicks it out to Hansen. Hansen with the short jumper, just short. Kicked around, rebound by Langloss. Levi Langloss over to Noah Haynes. Out there is Tegan Gackey. Carry by Noah Haynes. So coming in for Tri-Valley, Braden Oyen, Holden Rise, and Alex Wingen. So it's Wingen, Sorensen, and a full timeout. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio, 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
So I'm Lane Sawatsky from Yankton, South Dakota originally, and I'm the owner at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab. I love going out to the lake, visiting the river, kind of turned into a river out here as of late. That's another thing you leave Yankton and you take for granted. All the years, all the days out on the lake, out on the river with buddies, and that's another great thing that I really missed, and another thing that kind of brought us back to is just being out on the water, absorbing some sunlight and hanging out.
Come thrive with us at yanktonsd.com.
You like your pizza pie? How about pizza from Pump and Pack? It's very good. And they have pizza by the slice, too. And, of course, breakfast pizza and pizza for lunch. Pump and Pack Pizza. So convenient for breakfast and for lunch. You'll find Pump and Pack and the tasty pizza on the west side of town under the big American flag on the corner of Stanford and West Cherry, Vermillion.
Okay, 7:19 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Vermillion to inbound, Gestring to zone Robinson, along with Carter Hansen, Carter Skogsberg, and Trillian Sorrell. They're with Logan Ellison, Alex Wingen, Braden Oyen, Noah Haynes, and Carter Sorensen. Sorrell down in the right-hand corner to Wyatt Gestring for 3. Oh, just off the rim. Rebound by Carter Hansen. Hansen puts it back up. And there's a hold called on Braden Oyen, and that is Oyen's 4th. 7th team, 4th personal. So that will put them in the bonus. Shooting a 1-and-1 will be Carter Skogsberg. Skogsberg has 12 points on the night. Make that 13 points on the night. Pushes his average to 9 points a game on the season. And there's another one. So that gives Carter 14, 28 points on the season. Here's Noah Haynes. So Vermillion leads 38-32. Haynes on the left-hand side now gives it to Wingen. Wingen at the top of the key over to Sorensen on the right. Sorensen guarded by Gestring. Gestring over to Logan Ellison. Kicks it out to Wingen. Wingen for three. Makes it 38-35 as he got the super friendly bounce for his first 3 points of the night. Sorrell on the left-hand side out to Carter Hansen at the top of the key. Over to Wyatt Gestring. Carter Hansen back at the top of the key. Back to Gestring on the right-hand side. To Zone Robinson on the right. Gestring down in the corner. Gestring for three! But rebounded by Skogsberg, and Skogsberg is fouled. I think they're going to get Haynes. Haynes or Wingen? Oh, they got Wingen. That's Wingen's third. Third personal. 8th team. Oh, and Skogsberg's first free throw is in and out. And back comes Trey Johnson. You love to see that. You don't love to see it as an opponent, but you love to see that he's back out there. Here is Skogsberg's second free throw. Looks to put Vermillion back up by 4. Nope, in and out. And Johnson in with the rebound. Here comes Carter Sorensen. Sorensen to Wingen on the right-hand side. Wingen down to Trey Johnson. Johnson guarded by Skogsberg. Kicks it over to Sorensen on the left-hand side, guarded by Gestring. Braden Noyen at the top of the key. Over to Noah Haynes. Haynes into Sorrell. Short. Rebound to Johnson. Braden Noyen for three, and that is good. Score is tied. Carter Hansen, so it's tied at 38 with 5:30 to go in the game. Trillian Sorrell over to Hansen at the top of the key. Back over to Sorrell on the left-hand side. Zone Robinson at the top, over to Sorrell. Down low to Hansen. Hansen looks to get out of the lane. Kicks it out to Zone Robinson. Robinson down low to Skogsberg. Skogsberg up and cannot complete it. Oh, and Carter Sorensen comes down with the rebound. Sorensen over to Oyen. Oyen for three, and that's another three-pointer for Braden Oyen. Timeout Vermillion as Tri-Valley has taken a 3-point lead. That is a full timeout. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Johnson Feed has served the area for over 100 years with the goal to continue this local, family-owned business for the long haul. Johnson Feed is proud to be a part of the Vermillion community with a facility ready to repair, wash, and sell tires for all trucks and vehicles. Johnson Feed has room for drivers, too. If interested, contact the friendly folks at Johnson Feed. They have over 200 company trucks to deliver products throughout the country with over 35 company employees. Johnson Feed, 1218 Compton Court, north side of the Highway 50 bypass, Vermillion.
At Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion, they strive to provide the highest quality patient-centered dental care in a friendly, relaxing atmosphere. Knutson Family Dentistry works hard to provide the best cosmetic, general, and emergency dental treatment in the area. With over 50 years of combined dental experience, the latest dental technology, and a professional and compassionate staff, they're your top choice for dental care. Call for an appointment at 605-857-8008. Knutson Family Dentistry of Vermillion.
Back in Tri-Valley, 5 minutes remaining. Vermillion trails 41-38. Hansen brings the ball up. Gestring on the right-hand side. Gets it off to Zone Robinson. Back up to Trillian Sorrell. Over to Hansen on the left. Here's Hansen for three. Just short. Rebounded by Alex Wingen. Wingen brings the ball up. Over to Carter Sorensen. Sorensen down to Oyen. Oyen's hit 2 straight three-pointers. Guarded by Zone Robinson. Alex Wingen for three, and that is good. Makes the score 44-38. And Tri-Valley has heated up from three-point land. Gestring for three! Oh! It was online, too. Just so frustrating for him. Carter Sorensen over to Braden Oyen into Carter Skogsberg. And they're calling that a block on Skogsberg. How can you call that a block on Skogsberg? I'm sorry. Makes it 46-38, and Oyen gets to go for a and one. I'm sorry, that is an absolutely horrible call. Gives Skogsberg his third personal, third team. And Owen hits the free throw, makes the score 47-38. Hansen brings the ball up, 3:57 remaining. Trillian Sorrell on the left-hand side. Oh, and that bad pass by Sorrell. Oyen had to call it travel there, but they didn't. Gestring with the rebound. Out to Zone Robinson. Landon Cerny set to check in. Trillian Sorrell over to Zone Robinson at the top of the key. Over to Gestring. Gestring down to Robinson. You got to call that on Johnson. That's Johnson's third. Ninth team, Zone Robinson will go to the line to shoot a 1-on-1. Cerny comes in for Trillian Sorrell. Vermillion trails by 9. Zone Robinson's first free throw, and that is good. Cuts the deficit to 8. Here's Robinson's second. There we go. 47-40, Tri-Valley leads Vermillion. Haynes and his 4 fouls bring the ball up to Trey Johnson. Johnson out to Carter Sorensen. Sorensen out to Haynes at the top of the key. And they're going to call... They're calling Zone Robinson for a foul. 4th team foul of the half. Zone's second of the game. Full timeout called by White. So with 3:06 remaining, Tri-Valley leads Vermillion 47-40. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5, AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
You can feel beautiful in your own skin. Candies Couture offers intimates to make you feel your best. Whether you want to feel beautiful for a night or you just want to feel frisky. Candies Couture also offers mastectomy bras, prosthetics, and nursing bras. Candies Couture, 17 West Main Street, Vermillion. We are beautiful in every aspect life throws at us.
Here's what people say about Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford. One customer, quote, absolutely fantastic service. Another, Mike and Dan Carlson have a great family business. One more, we've been going to the shop since we've moved to town. Quality repair for reasonable money. For all your vehicle needs, count on Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford and check them out on Facebook.
Back here at Tri-Valley, Noah Haynes with the 2-point shot, and Skogsberg with the rebound. Vermillion down 47-40 with 3 minutes remaining. Hansen over to Zone Robinson. Robinson for 3. That is good! Cuts the deficit 47-43 with 2:46 remaining. Alex Wingen down to Trey Johnson in the lower right corner. Up to Carter Sorensen. Braden Oyen should have called a travel. Down to Johnson. Johnson out to Braden Oyen for 3. That is off. And that is a jump ball. Possession arrow goes to Vermillion. Show of sportsmanship there as Wyatt Gestring helps Noah Haynes off the court. Trey Johnson comes out. Logan Ellison comes in. It's Oyen, Ellison, Sorensen, Wingen, and Haynes for Tri-Valley. Gestring, Robinson, Skogsberg, Hansen, and Cerny for Vermillion. Zone Robinson at the top of the key. Looks to start creating. Hands it off to Carter Hansen. Hansen back to Robinson. Robinson drives into the middle. And that foul was called on Zone Robinson. Third personal, fifth team. Noah Haynes to inbound for Tri-Valley. Carter Sorensen, guarded by Gestring. So Carter Sorensen on the right-hand side. Over to Braden Oyen. Oyen over to Wingen on the right-hand side. Down to Oyen, out to Sorensen. Sorensen for three, and that is good. Makes the score 50-43. The minute 50 remaining. Hansen brings the ball up over to Zone Robinson. Robinson looks to create. Out to Landon Cerny. Cerny back to Robinson. Robinson for three. No good. Rebound to Alex Wingen. Wingen brings it down. Out to Carter Sorensen. Sorensen back to the middle over to Wingen. Timeout White with a 30-second timeout. We'll just keep it here. Minute 25 remaining. Vermillion trails 50-43. A consecutive series of three-pointers by Tri-Valley is what really opened it up for them. And I'm just going to say that also a series of calls. You hate to say that, but it happened. So right now, in the fourth quarter, 19 fouls on Tri-Valley, so Vermillion is in the bonus. Next foul is a double bonus, whereas only 5 team fouls on Vermillion. So Vermillion does have fouls to give. Unfortunately, if you're trying to save time, it just means they're giving up possessions. But anytime Tri-Valley does foul, Vermillion will be going to the line. Haynes to inbound. Into Wingen. Nope, into Sorensen. Sorensen down to Ellison. Ellison back to Sorensen. Sorensen back to Ellison. Ellison back to Sorensen at the top of the key. Fouled by Gestring. Rorig comes in for Wyatt Gestring. Gestring's third foul. Haynes to inbound. Inbounds it to Ellison. Minute 9 remaining. Shot rebounded by Rorig. Less than a minute to go. Rorig for three. That is good! 50-46 with 47.5 seconds remaining. It's a full timeout. We'll be back in 1 minute here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
What's worse than having to spend all day at the laundromat? A lot of them are hot, sticky, and smell bad. In Vermillion, you want to avoid that situation. Yuck. Eastgate Maytag Laundry is super clean and open 24 hours a day. Eastgate has super giant 60-pound washers and giant 70-pound dryers to make your wash day fly by. Eastgate is also located near many local restaurants if you want to grab a quick bite. Next time your laundry is piled up, pile into Eastgate Maytag Laundry, located next to Jimmy John's on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Let's be real. Insurance is complicated. Policies are confusing. The options are endless and hard to compare. This is where Fishback Insurance Agency comes in. We are an independent local agency that compares providers and finds you the best policy at the best price for home, auto, business, farm, life, health, and more. How's that for a plan? Contact us for a free quote at fishbackinsurance.com. Insurance products are not deposits and may lose value. They're not bank guaranteed or insured by FDIC or any government agency.
Back in Tri-Valley at Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium. Score is 50-46, 47 seconds remaining. Tri-Valley looks to inbounds with Haynes, Oyen, Sorensen, Wingen, and Ellison. Vermillion has Cerny, Robinson, Hansen, Rohrig, and Skogsberg. So Zone Robinson, that'll be his 4th personal, 7th team, which leads to a 1-1. Oyen goes to the line for a 1-1. Scores 50-46, 45 seconds remaining. Here's the first shot. It is up, and it is no good. Rebound to Connor Rohrig. Out to Carter Hansen. Hansen down the line. And a blocking foul on Noah Haynes. So Hansen will go to the line for 2, and Noah Haynes has fouled out. I'm not sure why this crowd is upset. So double bonus means Hansen shoots 2. 40.3 seconds remaining. So Hansen's first free throw is good. Makes the score 50-47. With 40.3 seconds on the clock. Here's Hansen's second free throw. It is up, and it is good. 50-48, 40 seconds remaining. Inbound to Oyen. Oyen over to, and yes! Yes, and Alex Wingen steps on the line. Ball to Vermillion with 36 seconds remaining. Vermillion down by 2, 50-48 in the double bonus. Connor Rohrig set to inbound the ball. Into Zone Robinson. And they're calling a jump ball. Possession over to Tri-Valley. Full timeout called by Tri-Valley. With 28 seconds remaining, Vermillion trails Tri-Valley 50-48. We'll be back in 30 seconds here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Runnings in Vermillion is here for you to lean on like a trusted friend. We work hard each day to stock our shelves with brands and products that are built for value and purpose. Running sells a wide selection of trusted brands of sporting goods, men and women's clothing featuring Carhartt and Wrangler. There's footwear, pet supplies, housewares, tools, farm supplies, lawn and garden supplies, toys, and outdoor equipment. Additionally, this store is an authorized dealer of Honda power equipment. Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
Back here at the Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium, where Vermillion trails Tri-Valley by a score of 50-48. Vermillion is in the double bonus. They just called a jump ball, so Tri-Valley will be inbounding. 28.7 seconds remaining. Vermillion will do what it can to prevent the inbounds. They've been able to pressure pretty well on this. And that ball lands out of bounds. It's Vermillion's ball. 28.7 seconds remaining. Vermillion trails 50-48. Rohrig into Carter Hansen. Shot clock is off. Rohrig looks to get it to Zone Robinson. Robinson looks to set up the offense. Robinson over to Rohrig. Rohrig back to Robinson. Robinson down to Hansen. Hansen drives, shoots, short. Rebound to Skogsberg. He is stripped by Carter Sorensen. They foul Carter Sorensen. It's a 1-on-1. 3.4 seconds remaining. A lot of frustration in these Vermillion stands as they feel like this has not been called fairly in the second quarter or second half. Carter Sorensen, first shot is off. 3, 2, Robinson shoots. And Tri-Valley wins their first game of the season, 50-48 over the Vermillion Tanagers. There's a lot to unpack in this game. There's a lot to look at. There were some definite things for Vermillion to work on, but I think there are some definite things that were working against them. So we'll be back. We will take a 3-minute timeout here on ESPN Radio, 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
Watching high school sports with Fuller Digital Solutions is convenient and free. Check out the Fuller Digital Solutions live stream on YouTube for area high school sports. Watch right from the comfort of your couch. And have you thought about advertising during the Fuller Digital Solution live streams? Thousands of viewers could see your business. Email fullerdigitalsolutions@gmail.com if you're interested. Bringing live high school sports streaming to you, Fuller Digital Solutions. Look us up on YouTube.
Last week, a guy walked into the UPS store in Vermillion. He did not notice the copiers, the printers, the mailboxes, the banners, the posters, not even the business and shipping supplies. It was like he had blinders on. Hi, this is Jay with the UPS store in Vermillion. Many people don't see everything we have to offer when they stop by the UPS store to ship their packages. They miss all the things we have, like printing, designing. We even offer notary services here at the UPS store, located on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
What's worse than having to spend all day at the laundromat? A lot of them are hot, sticky, and smell bad. In Vermillion, you want to avoid that situation. Yuck. Eastgate Maytag Laundry is super clean and open 24 hours a day. Eastgate has super giant 60-pound washers and giant 70-pound dryers to make your wash day fly by. Eastgate is also located near many local restaurants if you want to grab a quick bite. Next time your laundry is piled up, pile into Eastgate Maytag Laundry, located next to Jimmy John's on Cherry Street in Vermillion.
Few facts about Larry's Heating and Cooling. Heating and cooling business for over 40 years. A premier Lennox and factory authorized carrier dealer. On-the-spot financing. Emergency service anytime, any day. Comfort Care Club to help keep your HVAC system running at top performance, which saves you money. A sales department that knows the product inside and out. 2 locations, Yankton and Vermillion. Those are the facts. Who you gonna call? Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermillion. Online, larrysheatingandcooling.com.
Traveling to Vermillion for Tanagers football, basketball, or just traveling through? The Red Roof Inn in Vermillion is a place to stay, offering great rates, clean rooms, with an awesome continental breakfast. Red Roof Inn does whatever it takes to make guests feel comfortable, making your trip the best possible. And furry friends stay for free. Located on Cherry Street in the heart of Vermillion. Call the Red Roof Inn in Vermillion to make your reservation.
Hy-Vee makes grocery shopping easy with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Just order online, schedule a pickup or delivery time, then leave the shopping to us. Download the new Hy-Vee Aisles Online app or go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. It's easy to create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Plus, with Hy-Vee Aisles Online, pickup is free on orders over $30, and delivery is free with the membership. Save time. Shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online.
We are back here at Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium in Colton, South Dakota, where the Tri-Valley Mustangs have defeated the Vermillion Tanagers by a score of 50-48 in a wild, frantic, especially last minute to 2 minutes of the game. Vermillion played really well. There were some things that they need to work on. Injuries on both sides took some players out or limited their effectiveness. Zone Robinson struggled from the field tonight, it appeared, but Carter Hansen, Carter Skogsberg came up big for the game. Just a tough loss. I think there was some frustration out there with the officiating. You never want to say the officiating cost you a game. I think there was just a lot of inconsistency, and so that leads to some frustration. Wyatt Gestring was unable to start connecting from the outside and just short or just slightly off. it did seem like once Tri-Valley reached a certain number of fouls, the spigot was turned off on calling fouls on Tri-Valley. And so I understand the frustration that may have stemmed from Vermillion. So as we go around, we look, Vermillion next plays both boys and girls in that rescheduled West Central game. West Central on the 30th in Vermillion. That game will start at 6 o'clock, so we'll be on the air at 5:30 with that. Say we, I don't know who my other person will be because Jen has to celebrate Christmas with her family. And she's just over there nodding. And that is one thing, we're heading into the Christmas break. So Vermillion does have the benefit of getting that game in. So they're not seeing this extended stretch of inactivity. So after that, they'll play West Central on the 30th. And then starts the gauntlet. Then on the 3rd, they travel to T to play T area. On the 6th, they host Parkston. On the 10th, they travel to Madison. On the 12th, they host Lennox. Then on the 14th, they play in the Hanson Classic in the Corn Palace. On the 17th, they travel to Elk Point Jefferson. Garrettson on the 20th, hosting Del Rapids on the 26th. So as you can see, we've gotten a slow start, but weather permitting, they're really going to be knocking out a bunch of games here in the next 3 to 4 weeks. And I know on the girls' side, they're going to try to reschedule that Ponca game if they're able to. So that's kind of what we have coming up. As far as scores around the state, what we're looking at in Class A tonight, Redfield beat Sisseton. Hot Springs beat Sisseton 39-36. Hot Springs leads New Underwood 52-19. Parkston beat Parker 63-42. South Border North Dakota beat North Central in Eureka 69-20. Area games, McCook Central Montrose over Chester area 48-37. Elk Point Jefferson came back to beat Viborg Hurley 59-53. Wagner leads Menno 56-42 at the start of the fourth quarter. Canton defeated Alcester Hudson 64-37. Sioux Valley beat Beersford 92-49. And no score update on that Bonhomme winner game. So those were the boys' scores around the area. In Class A, in girls, Canton beat Alcester Hudson 63-44. Wagner defeated Menno 70-17. Viborg Hurley defeated Elk Point Jefferson 63-37. Parkston defeated Parker 50-23. Sioux Valley over Beersford 60-54. Vermillion, of course, defeated Tri-Valley 58-39. St. Thomas More defeated Hill City 58-30. T area over Sioux Falls Jefferson 61-55. Garrettson over Del Rapids 60-45, and no score update on Bonhomme and winner. So we will be back. We're just kind of waiting on Coach Drake. We'll be back in 2 minutes, or in 90 seconds here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube.
I'm Kevin Melm, store manager at Yankton's Lumberland. So interior design, we like to take the ordinary and make it extraordinary. People don't realize that taking a sofa and just by adding a rug, accessories, pictures to really make the room pop with maybe some color. It's absolutely free. So if you need help, we can draw out your room, sketch your room, come to your home, and it's a free service, absolutely.
Interior design from Yankton's Lumberland, 2401 Broadway Avenue.
And we are back here from the Tri-Valley High School Gymnasium here in Colton, South Dakota. We are back shortened to that break. Coach Drake is with us, and I know he has two people to talk to, so thank you so much for stopping with us, Coach Drake.
Yeah, no problem.
Always tough to have the conversations after a loss, especially a loss like that, where saw so many opportunities, especially towards the end. Obviously, there are probably things that you think you guys can work on as a team, but it really seemed like it was just tough-nosed and just some tough luck out there, too, as far as, like, Wyatt Gestring couldn't get his shot going. It didn't seem like Zone Robinson was able to get into the flow of the game. As a coach, how did you feel about the game for your team?
Yeah, we competed. We told our guys we played hard and everything, but it's and I told them we're not going to. I think moms and dads sometimes might say, well, we're gaining inexperience, got to get. And I get that, and we've said we got to be patient as a coaching staff. But the flip side of that is, I thought we were really not very good in the first quarter. We talked about it our first road game, the mental approach you need to have to come in and play a basketball game, a TAC-12 team, and a team that's hungry, having not played a game here in a week and a half and stuff. And we gave up 17 first quarter points. Just simple things, scouting report stuff. The Haynes kid, we're trying to pull some three-quarter court, full court pressure, and yet we lost him in transition 3 times, for open catch and shoot threes. And that's on us, not knowing the scouting report, knowing what's going on, finding their key guys. And when you give a team 17 points in the first quarter, we told them they're on pace for 70. And I thought we had a good stretch in the second and third quarters, defending, and yet, we really grinded out stops there in the third quarter. But the flip side of that is, we just didn't get much done offensively. I thought we played really well in the third defensively, and yet you look up, and I think we were up at 4 at half, and you're still up 4 at the end of 3. And then I think one time in the middle of the third, we did maybe stretch it to 8 or 9. And it was a key stretch because I think the Haynes kid went off the floor with his 4th foul, and you're hoping to get separation. Instead, give Tri-Valley credit. They finished the quarter well to cut it to 4. And then they went on a barrage of threes. But again, we gave them open looks. We got beat off dribble penetration too easy, which led to catch and shoot threes, and guys are in rhythm when they do that. Now, for our guys, they competed, gave ourselves a chance still at the end. But what they have to understand is it's kind of like our South Sioux game when we're up 1, and I know runs are part of the game and everything, but the quick run to start the third quarter where they go up 11-12 on us, it changes the complexion of everything that's going to happen the rest of the half. And same thing here. This is the type of game, the way it was going, that we need to be able to control things down the stretch. And instead, I think Tri-Valley went up 7 or 8 there in the fourth quarter, maybe even 9. And now they kind of control things. The last half of the quarter puts us on a little scramble mode and everything. So to our kids' credit, gave ourselves a chance at the end, but we probably shouldn't have been in that predicament in the first place.
Well, and you're right. Going through the first 3 quarters, it was kind of that ebb and flow, but like you said, it was still 4 points at the end of the third. But there was that shift right there in the fourth quarter when I think Oni hit 2 or 3 consecutive 3-pointers. Then somebody else hit a 3-pointer, and we hit some in return. But then there was this play down that really felt like it wasn't pivotal because you guys did come back, but where Oni went down, drove, knocked Skogsberg over, who really looked like he had good position. And instead of it being Oni's being his 5th foul and taking him out of the game, it's a foul on Skogsberg, it's an and 1, it's a 3-point play. Right. And while it wasn't pivotal, I mean, you guys did come back, it just felt like a difference maker when that player's still out there because he plays with such passion. Well, Skogsberg does too, a down low player, but he was such a driving force today for them, number 3. And so that felt like it had a real momentum swing to it because I kept looking up every time. It's like, oh, instead of being down 4, we'd be down 1. Right. And so that seemed to really matter, but had a lot of opportunities there at the end. And so it was there for the taking. And but like you said, hopefully they learn from it, and hopefully they learn those spurts that they need to try to just do what they can to keep those from happening.
Yeah, we got to, and that's why, I got a lot of guys stepping up from, JV level and gaining minutes, or experience. But yeah, you got to be locked in. You got to be able to focus, concentrate for 32 minutes. And even in the fourth quarter, we called a couple timeouts late, and we literally called a couple different defenses. And 30 seconds later, when we're walking out of the timeout and the play starts, we're not running or executing what we just called defensively. And those are things that, as varsity basketball players, you got to be able to focus and concentrate and then go execute. But if we're not locked in, focus, and concentrate on what's going on, then we're kind of in scramble mode out there. And, our guys competed, played hard, and we're proud of that side of things. But, we going into Christmas break in a third game, we had an opportunity to get one tonight. And, I feel if we stick 32 minutes, it's a game we probably could have got. We didn't come ready to go in the first quarter, and then obviously the quick start to the fourth, and those are all key moments, and those are all part of the game. And you find out in a hurry what can happen if you don't take care of business the whole game.
Well, now you have 10 days until you play West Central. How many of those can you practice?
Yeah, we'll get our guys in tomorrow morning, and the moratorium, the State Activities Association, the 23rd through the 26th. Nobody can do anything. We will give them the 22nd off as well, but then on the 27th we'll come back, have 27th, 28th, 29th, 3 days of practice to get ready for West Central, and we'll have our hands full. They're a very good basketball team, similar to this, maybe a little bit more physical than Tri-Valley, and probably a little bit more athletic as well. So, we asked our guys 3.5 good weeks to start the season. Thought we might get 5 games in, but with the weather, it's only 3. And, we're 1-2 right now. And like we said, with our schedule, when we have opportunities to try to get one like tonight, we've got to take advantage of that opportunity.
Well, Coach, 10 days and then kind of the gauntlet begins.
Right,
So we'll be there. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, and I know you have someone else to talk to, so I'll let you go. But thank you so much for taking the time.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. That was Coach Drake of the Vermillion Tanagers here as the Vermillion Tanagers lose 50-48 to the Tri-Valley Mustangs. And we'll be, we actually kind of went through the scores. We've gone through everything. We're going to call it a night. We want to wish you a Merry Christmas. We hope you have a safe and happy holidays. With the weather coming through, if you don't need to travel, or if you do have to travel, be safe, be cautious. Make sure people know where you're going, when you're leaving. We get very comfortable with cell phones, but cell phones can fail us when we need them the most. So just be safe out there. Have a Merry Christmas. Have a happy holidays. And we hope to have you join us back here on the 30th as the Vermillion Tanagers, both boys and girls, for a doubleheader, will be hosting the West Central Trojans. Again, that game starts at 6 with pregame starting at 5:30. You guys have a great night. For Jen Ashley, I'm Michael Schumacher here on ESPN Radio 101.5 AM 1570 KVTK, KVTK.com, and live on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. You have a great night.